Okay, so good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We would like to again welcome you to day 3 now of our conference. I hope we all had a pleasant night rest and charged for today's event. This event will actually mark the beginning of our technical presentations. We are going to be having our plenary session number 1. And before we start, I would like us to please rise. We'll take the national anthem, first stanza, then we'll start the event. At the count of 3, we go 1, 2, 3. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you so much. Please, let's get seated. Again, we welcome you today to the plenary session number 1. And this plenary session will be taking place here, of course, at the PTDF Towers, where all the events for this great conference is taking place. Without taking much of your time, I'll have to make some introductions and bring some of those that will help us moderate this event. First, I would like to recognize in our midst the president of the Nigerian Association of Exploration Geophysicists for Geoscientists and Engineers. Please, may we warmly recognize and appreciate Mr. Akin George. Thank you, sir, for joining us in this event. I would like to also introduce and want them to take their seats at the high table, those that would help us moderate this event. First is a man who has also worked for us as a geophysicist in the country and has also contributed greatly to the development of our sector, the mineral sector, oil and gas sector, engineering, agriculture. Is everywhere. Please, I would like to welcome Professor Ayolabi Elijah, Vice Chancellor, Mountaintop University. Please, sir, to the high table, sir, please. Ushers, please. Let's appreciate him once again. Thank you. Also, to join him as a co-chair is a woman who, since this association started, she has been driving the association with full throttle. She has severally helped us and chaired our fundraising efforts. And we all know she has been doing so well for us, and she will continue to do. We respect her so much. Please welcome to the high table the co-chair, Dr. Trudy Coker. We also recognize other senior members, members of Council of NAEC, and senior members of our profession that are here. We duly, warmly recognize you all, and we appreciate you, and we welcome you to this event. The next person I would be introducing, of course, is the speaker for today's event. I would like to introduce the speaker for today's event, Mr. John Bosco Uche. Mr. John Bosco Uche will be represented for this key address today by Dr. Osumobi. They are all both from the Renaissance Africa Energy Company. Please, Dr. Osumobi, please can you join us now? on the high table. Please, let's. Thank you for joining us on the high table too. We will be kickstarting this event. We have all those that would make us flow so fast with the event. Um, before I go, I would like to hand over to the chair of this session for his opening remarks. Then the presentations can start.
Good morning. The chairman of Nigerian Association of Exploration Geophysicists, all the members of the executive, and all the members of this association. It is a great privilege to be here this morning to be the chairman of this plenary session. And we have with us the representative of the presenter today, Dr. John Bosco, supposed to be the presenter, but we have an able hand who is representing him to give the lead paper on a seismic method in oil exploration from data acquisition to reservoir mapping. This is an interesting title, and judging by the experience of Uche, having worked with him for some years now, I believe that all of us, we have a lot of things to benefit, as well as understand the relevance of seismic methods in search for oil and gas, and then in reservoir evaluation, which is one of the main objectives of this association. So on behalf of the association, I want to welcome the presenter today. You're welcome. And I want to appeal that we listen attentively as he makes his presentation. The presentation will run for about 30 minutes, and then there will be time for interactions. So, and I also welcome the co-chair. So, I believe you have one or two things to say before I hand over the mic back to the moderator.
I think he has spoken. So we'll just listen and enjoy the presentation together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we'll take a brief citation or profile of Dr. John Bosco Uche. Dr. Osimobi, may you rise, please? You're now Dr. John Bosco. Dr. John Bosco Uche is a distinguished geoscientist and a transformational energy leader with over 26 years of impact across Africa upstream oil and gas sector. He holds a BSc in Geological Sciences from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Master of Business Administration, MBA from Heriot-Watt University, Edinburgh, and a Doctor of Business Administration from the University of Port Harcourt. He began his career with Landmark Graphics, Halliburton, where he distinguished himself as a certified instructor and served as the African Regional Training Coordinator. He later joined Conoil Producing Limited as a geoscientist, contributing significantly to the discovery of the Obra field. Dr. John Bosco Uche subsequently built an accomplished two-decade career with Shell, holding several strategic, technical, and leadership positions. During this period, he played a key role in the notable exploration successes in the Akiri West Deep gas discovery and led the successful acquisition of 4 blocks in the UK Central North Sea 30th round. He currently serves as Vice President Exploration at the Renaissance African Energy Company, where he provides a strategic direction for exploration portfolio and helping to shape the company's long-term growth agenda. Under his leadership, the company achieved the landmark JK004 discovery, one of the most significant surface exploration successes in recent history. As a president, the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE, between 2024 and 2025, he led the association during its golden jubilee year, significantly in its global visibility, institutional relevance, and strategic partnerships. He is a fellow of NAPE and the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, and a member of the leading international professional organizations, including the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, AAPG, Society of Exploration Geophysics, SCG, and European Association of Geoscientists and Engineers, EAGE. Dr. John Bosco is widely recognized for his leadership, mentorship, technical experience, and strong commitment to advancing geosciences and energy industry. His contributions have earned him several industry accolades, including the NOG Energy Week 2026 Rising Star of the Year Award. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for this plenary session, we have introduced to you Dr. John Bosco Uche, and we kickstart this presentation on seismic methods in exploration, oil exploration, from data acquisition to reservoir mapping. I invite you to the podium now, Dr. Sumobi. Please let's applaud him as he comes for this.
Good morning, distinguished leaders. Good morning, President of NAEG. Good morning, professionals and chair and co-chair. I'd like to stand on already well-established protocol, saying good morning and welcome every one of us to this session. I'm just a reflection of John Bosco Uche, since we are speaking on seismic methods. So the incident ray has gone in, and I happen to be the reflected ray. And you know that when you try to reconstruct the source wavelet, there could be some noise. It might not look exactly replica. But I'm happy to present to you that we are both 6 foot tall. We are relatively dark, and I'm sure he would have been dressed like this. So take this as a reflection, and let's use that to model the seismic method. Who's going to help me control my slide? Okay. And I also bring you fraternal greetings from Renaissance on behalf of our CEO, Chief Tony Atta, and the entire leadership of Renaissance. We're so pleased to associate with NEAG and NMGS, and that's why the Vice President Exploration has graciously asked me to make sure I'm here to deliver this. This is just a cautionary note behind. So we'll take through seismic method because there are several methods which we will show. Yesterday was a very wonderful opening remark, and I also saw the map on gravity. We also have magnetics and other methods, but today we'll focus more on the seismic. This is just a cautionary note from Renaissance, just to say that this is for presentation's sake, and nothing here should be quoted from the media and should not be taken for that. And we start with the Renaissance vision, because for us at Renaissance, that's what is the pillar and that's what drives everything we do. Our vision is to be Africa's leading energy company, enabling energy security and industrialization in a sustainable manner. And when you think about the vision, it's more of made in Nigeria but built for Africa. Charity, they say, begin at home. And that's why for over 10 years, you heard the success on the exploration, because we are very keen to ensure that we achieve what we need as a nation. The exports will earn us the FX we need to run the country, but what we industrialize the country is in our domestic gas. And that's what it speaks to on our ambition, on our 500,000 barrels of oil, our 2 BCF of gas, and 1 BCF of domestic gas. And that's what we hope to achieve. And that's our ambition by 2030. We're closing in on that, and we're doing everything to ensure we achieve that. But stepping on the global scale, the case for action. We recognize that population will continue to rise as a nation. We recognize that energy demand will continue to grow as we grow as individuals. And that simply means that we must explore. It's not we will. Most of us are sitting on the shoulders and enjoying the production of today as a result of the finds that were made by some of our founding fathers, most of which are also in this room. The assets are browning. Existing infrastructure ullages are there. We need accelerated near-field exploration and what we then call strategically infrastructure-led exploration. Our reserve replacement ratio as a nation needs to grow. And I touched a bit more on yesterday. We also listened on the discussion around conserving our resources. For us in geophysics exploration, how we conserve that is by increasing our reserve replacement ratio. So that what we produce, because that's how we run our country, we graciously fill it back. And who's going to do it? Explorers. And that's what we get to find. The infrastructure and the portfolio. But let's look through the energy mix. It's almost like the Western world tend to lie to us sometimes and do what they want to do. We can see that in the energy mix just 2 years ago, oil, natural gas is still predominant in running the nations. Energy from those sources are very relevant. And that's to say that the hydrocarbon we have beneath our subsurface, we're not going to leave them there. It's not going to sour in the subsurface. It's our duty to find them and find them quickly. You may not have realized, but the stability in the FX is just also as the stability in our production. So you can see that there is a connection from both. That means when we drive the country's ambition, we help with the betterment of mankind. And that's to say that all we do in our practice is making clear impact. And you see that's how the energy mix is. And oil and gas is there. Next slide. So let's step a bit back, how it all begins. And I'll tell a story. Once upon a time, sedimentation occurred by whatever means. Water, wind, agents of transportation. They moved sediment from up deep, somewhere from the hill, and they rolled and transported into a depressed environment, called that subsidence, called that Niger Delta Basin, called that a basin of water. Sedimentation occurred. Over time, these sediments begin to get buried. Pressure, temperature occurred on them. What followed? Kerosene gets cooked in the kitchen. Hydrocarbons were generated. But we don't know where these are. We can't possibly know. And that's why we begin to study geology, to see the rise and fall of sea level. And that's why we throw in the aeromagnetics, gravity, to know where there is differential in magnetic susceptibility, where the gravity readings is different from sands and basement. And when we find them through aerogravity or aeromagnetics, we then design 2D lines. And these 2D lines help us narrow, having looked at the global geology where the sediments are. In our 2D lines, we're now focused on finding where there are sands and non-sands. And once we get a handle on that, we go to our 3D lines, which is a bit more focused. And we begin to look for the traps, the reservoirs, and we map them to see their continuity. And even in the 3D lines, we begin to see our response of amplitude that speaks to us on hydrocarbon. What began several million years ago. Is that not a work of art and nature? And that's what we're about to see in the upstream part of our business, with focus on exploration. Next slide. So this is all where it begins. It starts from, I'm sorry, I didn't have a pointer. It starts from my bottom left, through finding that, exploring and looking for it, as we've described, through the study of geology, the rise, sea level, sediments, where are they deposited, Where is the petroleum play fully covered? And from there, we then find it. We drill an exploration well. We drill an appraiser well in the exploration space. If you step back a bit, sorry. And then we go into the development of the fields. And that's the production of today. And that's the life cycle. And then we decommission. But you see that it begins with finding it. It's very easy to run assets. It's very easy to say, speak of production. But where the science is in finding it. And no other person could find it except explorers. Deploying the physics principles, geophysics principles, to finding these hydrocarbons. And that's why it's so important. Because we only can find and replace what we are producing. If not, in the near future, we will struggle. And that's how we preserve our conservation. Next slide. And this is how it all, the story I told earlier on how sedimentation occurred and how sediments get buried. And then after diagenesis, pressure, temperature had worked on it, we see the source rock, in our own case, in the Niger Delta. And you see the trapping which forms the migration pathway. And then that leads and get trapped in the reservoir. Hopefully there is a seal to keep that hydrocarbon in check. All of these things are what we look out for as explorers. And this is how it goes and continues from the source rock, the petroleum elements and processes, through the reservoir, get trapped, and we find it. It's our job to look for it. I'm going to take us through a couple of, next slide please. But for it to make sense to us, one of the things we do as geologists, having studied several millions of years how sedimentation has occurred, is to go out there. The outcrops we see outside on the top is a replica for what we see beneath. I know there are students here, so I'm also trying to capture that. So please pardon me, professionals, if it's a bit basic. But I just thought it's always good to brush in where we're coming from. So the element of field trips cannot be ruled out because that's when it makes sense. That's when you can see the Wexes Basin. That's when you can touch the outcrops. That's when you can feel your Benin Formation. That's where you can feel your Agbada Formation. And if you are lucky, in some cases, you could see your source rock in different places. The sediment speaks to us. You see the layering. You see how well salted they are. And if you connect that, that's exactly what you see in the subsurface. The seismic loop might be different, but that's exactly what you still see. So going out there to see the outcrops, to have a feel of your geology is critical. I'm sure most of us, when we fly through the delta, we see some of these meandering channels. We see the positional environment. This is speaking to that study of how the sea level went up. Where are we on the shelf? Where are we on the slope? Where are we in the delta? How is it? Because all of this speaks to the different trap mechanism, sediment quality, sedimentation, and everything we know. The quality of sands you will see in a fluvial, a deltaic, or shallow marine, or deep marine fan alien is all different. So understanding where you are in your deposition of environment is as critical. And all of this helps you in your conceptual model. So back to basics. Before you start jumping on that seismic interpretation, yes, we will do all of that. You must create that concept. If you can't think it, then you can't build it. You must realize where you are in the basin. And your fundamentals in your conceptual model. As I said, geology have done what they could do. They've thought, they've dreamt, they've imagined, they've built conceptual model. But then it's high time to put numbers, to put figures, to put quantitative numbers. And for us in geophysics, that's now where we take our study of the earth, embellish it with our physics principles, embellish it with the maths. I just wanted to show, gamut of different methods, the seismic, the gravity, the magnetic, the electrical, the electromagnetic, all of them founded on physics principle. And if you're here, a student, recognize that your physics principles are very relevant. The oil company you see today are sitting on pure physics, from reflections to magnetic susceptibility to gravity differences, and that's it. It's as basic as it were. So I wanted to show us the different methods, but we'll focus more on the seismic method. Next slide, please. So now that we have dreamt it, we've narrowed down from geologic study that sea level rose and dropped in this area. The next thing we did was to do an aerogravity, aeromagnetic of the entire country, of the entire delta. That already speaks to us where there are thick sediments, where there are basement, and we know it. The next thing then is to say, let's go out there and acquire data. Let data speak to us. And it boils down to elementary physics of the waves. Let's send in signals into the subsurface through the reflection I spoke in my intro of who looks like John Bosco. We can then predict what the subsurface has. 3 key areas: acquisition, processing, and interpretation. And I'll try to run us through this as quickly as I can. These are the fundamentals because this is the only image of the subsurface. And this is as simple as it is. We remember the high school physics pin experiment where you put 2 pins on this side. We call them incident rays. It hits the mirror and it comes back as reflections. That's the foundation of seismic method. We send in a source wavelet. It goes through all our segments, through the different strata, and then it comes back to us. This is the replica I spoke about. This is the original. The replica gives you an indication of what the wave has seen. So for every wave signature, when it sees a sands or it sees a shale, its signature varies. It's almost like when you throw a tennis ball on a hard surface, the bounce is different when you throw it on a foam. So with the response you receive, you already can interpret what that sound saw. And that's the foundation. So typical exploration, we have the trucks. In the delta, we use dynamite because of the peculiarity of our near surface, unconsolidated layer, because the Niger Delta is relatively young, somewhere in the tertiary. We shoot, and then you see the reflection. For every time it goes in, it comes back. So this coming back tells you what it sees when it goes in. And then, of course, different ways in the case of vibrosite, dynamite. And after all the processes have been recorded, picked up, cleaned up, you get an image. So this image is similar to what you see, and it's speaking to you to where there are sands and where there are shale, back to the petroleum system. Next slide. This is just to show us how we design the survey, how we look at the traces, the meat. We separate them in different beans to help us in the processing space. And this is how we fragment the subsurface to see where we are. But eventually we cover the seismic across the entire place. I spoke of the 2D seismic, which is relatively long. Let's just have an overview what it looks like. And once that is clearer, then we can take a 3D, which is more focused because it's more expensive. You tend to get more data, more information. And then the 4D, which is more like a repetition of a 3D to speak to you on what has happened over time. We call it time lapse. And these are the different seismic methods we deploy. Typical in 3D, back to the subsurface, you shoot your seismic, you receive. You've produced this over time. You realize that the water would have gone up. You've taken the hydrocarbon, but you want to see how much hydrocarbon is left. Your 4D helps you to understand that. And that's typically what you see in the production setting over time. And places like deep water, it's predominantly, they have to have a 4D because then you want to see where you haven't swept your unswept hydrocarbon, what is left, because that is just a time lapse of 2 3D seismic. Next slide. This is a typical marine. You see the receivers being towed by the boat, one of our projects, and you can see across how the seismic lines are following the boat, and that's how you continue to shoot. There's a source boat, there's a receiver. Just to show us what it looks like. Currently, Renaissance is leading a campaign on the onshore of acquiring seismic. We work with over 7,000 staff. If you go to the next slide, you plant your phones, you cut lines, very busy, very hectic. HSC at the core of it, trying to get the write seismic data. So acquisition itself, and that will run for 2 years to tell you how much of spread we're describing here. We're acquiring very decent, deep seismic, 10 seconds record length against the conventional 6 seconds. Offset fold in the 250s, and that's what we're about as well. Also, we are operating the transition, the swamp, where its transition is neither land nor water fully, and then you also acquire seismic there. Next. So typically, we'll also make a short hole. I just wanted to show us some of the pictures. We bury our dynamite before we detonate. The reason I'll show us in our refraction statics, because it's very critical to ensure that the charge and the density of the source wavelength surface and returns back the right energy. Next slide. Oh, I got mobbled up a bit, but these are one of the few equations I will show, and I think is important. First, what is the seismic trace? The seismic trace is a convolution of your source wavelet and the Earth reflectivity. So when we talk of convolution, we also solved convolution. Thank you. Convolution maths is to say you've got a matrix A and a matrix. Convolving that matrix A, matrix B. In simple maths, there are places you have to flip, you slide, you multiply. So that's exactly what goes on. When you send a signal, it has a number. It goes into the subsurface, it reacts with the reflections of the Earth, and each of them is the convolution that gives rise to seismic data. And then, of course, it happens in the presence of noise, and then that gives us your reflection coefficient eventually, which is the energy you see. I just show this because I recognize there might be resources that want to see or remind some of this, but this we'll see lots of maths again. Apologies. Next slide. So this is exactly what it becomes. This is what the Earth is on my far left. And when you come from my far left to the middle pan is the reflectivity of the Earth. And the wavelet is your source wavelet. And it gives you the convolved seismic or the convolved seismic at first. You deconvolve it through integration, you get your reflectivity, you get your replica of the subsurface. That replica is what you then see as seismic. And that seismic is already looking like that. So this is what a source wavelet look like, one trace. It convolves with the reflectivity of the Earth. I'm just taking it from the unit so that we'll see how seismic eventually gets generated. And then it begins to convolve at each of the reflection points. And if you go to the next slide now, you see that's how a full reflector is generated. Aggregate of smaller traces and reflection points. And when you put that together eventually into a bigger volume, that's how you create your full seismic volume. Next slide. When you acquire this seismic, it's so noisy. You see on the left, you can see images. Some very smart geologists are already seeing channels. They're already seeing continuous horizons. They want to map, they want to interpret. That's what you see on the left-hand side. But the processor's work is to clean it up to the right so that the image is more focused, the vertical resolution is improved, and you ensure that you've got better imaging. Would you say that a seismic processor is a magician? No. It's just doing data science. So every physical property has a physical description. You can describe, if I say everybody in this hall, if you're tall, dark, sit. I've already built boundary conditions. So that means if you're not tall, dark, you wouldn't sit. If I also say if you're fair, average height, stand. I've built and I've defined my equation around those boundary conditions. So if for every seismic, and the same thing we do in our machine learning, we find what are the physical parameters, which is frequency, amplitude, velocity. And we use those physical parameters as differentiators. The noise has their response. The signal, which is the clean, has their response. So if you design a boundary condition to say, if you know you are of this frequency, of this amplitude, of this wavelet, I describe you as a noise. I want you to go through my filter and come out. It's not magic. You've just defined it using the physical properties, just as I said, if you're tall and dark, sit or stand. If you're not, naturally you'll stay. So that filter will obey your boundary conditions, and you can put that in different code. That's exactly what seismic processing is about. And you go through refraction statics, deabsorptions, deconvolution, noise attenuation, and a gamut of processes trying to reconstruct our source wavelet. That sound we sent into the subsurface that have come back, we're trying to recreate it to look like the image of the subsurface. But you never have enough time, you never have enough money, but you want high quality. So every project is bordered around time, cost, quality, just like every project manager is always thinking about. So optimizing that quality is critical. Excellent. So the first thing you do as a processor is your refraction statics. So you correct for your weathering layer velocity. It's quite a bit. So you think about the Niger Delta, the ground is undulating. Think about Nigeria, there's up and down. So I'm imagining someone in this room is like, how do you balance the whole thing and get flat seismic, right? Because refraction statics helps you to compensate for the undulation. And for us in the delta, I mentioned in area earlier, our delta is young, it's somewhere in the tertiary. So the velocity of your near surface is loose. It's not fully compacted, it's unconsolidated. So what refraction statics tries to do is to compensate for that. And that is very critical, because if you don't, your hyperbolas are not clean. Your NMO equation will not be able to collapse your reflections, and you will not be able to account for your proper seismic. So what we'll do is that we assume a flat reference datum, we build a reflection, a replacement velocity if you go to the next slide, based on the different things you've acquired from the seismic. Next slide, please. And then you see it's just the maths, right? So that's the replacement velocity in the middle. You've already acquired your source, your receiver depth, and you know them in your seismic trace. So you solve for the time shift, which is the equation under, and then that gives you your statics. Sometimes you also can acquire these statistics through refraction. Reflection seismo acquire and reconstruct for our reflection replacement velocity as well. Oppo survey, regional cannot be the same. Next slide. So this is what will look like, brute stack, rough. You can see that the events in the circled red area are not fully aligned. You can see that in the top, you can see that in the left. So let's go next. You see the impact? You see how straight it looks now if you go before and after again. If you go before, after, before. No. If you go back again, before, after, just to toggle a few. Go back and front, no. Just go, stay on the before. Just keep doing that before, after, back, no. Back, front, okay. Yeah, just keep doing that a couple of times. So you can see the improvement that you see, right? Is it very obvious now? So you keep doing that. You see, that's the reflection you have fixed by correcting for your reflection statics. And that is critical, because if you don't, it's going to create false structure. And you'll be targeting what was never there. You say, I see an anticline, but it's just a reflection from your refraction statics that you haven't corrected. Okay, next. Next is noise. So when we talk of noise attenuation, we talk about the filter I described, which is boundary conditions on how you take out the noise. So every seismic is associated with noise. So you design a filter, which is equation algorithms guided by your frequency, amplitude, wave, velocity, and use that to discriminate. And you can still see there will always be impurity. If you lived in somewhere in Enugu where water scarcity is there, remember that you used to have a candle and you use that to filter your water. And this is the same thing we're doing to take away the noise in the seismic. Next slide. So there are several sources of the noise. You're acquiring a seismic. The geophones are very sensitive. Just a mere stamp on the ground when a survey is going on, it's going to pick it up as a noise. And that's a spike. And when a vehicle runs through along the lines of your survey area, it's going to pick it up because that's a noise train, and it's going to show up on your seismic. So you see, understanding the different types of noise, if you just step back a bit, and the seismic you send that returns to you. Remember when I was saying the reflection on this side? It looks very simple. It goes and comes back. But we know it's not that simple. It gets diffracted, it gets refracted, it gets perturbed, it loses energy, it loses heat. Geometrical spreading occurs. A lot of geophysical impact happened to that single wave that was returning to you. So knowing it helps you to reconstruct it. Next slide. So for noise attenuation, you can see on the panel here, before there's this very demonic, I use the word because it's ground roll. Ground roll is one of the most difficult noise to deal with if you're a processor. You can see it maxing the entire seismic compared to your right when it's been carefully removed. And how was it removed? You designed based on the amplitude. You see it's brighter. So all you are saying is anything brighter, you measure the amplitude. You can see that the frequency is lower frequency, right? You can see some of the physical properties, which is what you use to build your filter, which is called your boundary conditions. And when you subtract that, you can see the noise. So you see what it looks like before. You cannot possibly see any trace, cannot make it much of this reflection. It's all maxed in noise, and that's what it looks after you've nicely done that. The next thing is velocity is critical. We know that velocity is what you then use to do your time to depth conversion and all the things. What I want you to take out from this slide is the fact that all you are looking for in your seismic gathers is for the gathers to be flat, right? When it's too up, you say that the velocity is too fast. When it's too down, you say that velocity is too slow. And you try to compensate for it. Next slide. And we will toggle between this slide and the next again. So you can see, toggle again, down, toggle again. So was the velocity here, is this velocity here too fast or too slow? I just want to check. Too fast, too slow? It's like, I hope I've not lost the room. I hope I'm not being too fast. Okay, so essentially what we want to do is to get a flat velocity. And that means, the NMO I spoke about, reconstructing it and using the curve to describe the move out, and using that to pick along the move out, the RMOs, and you use that RMO to run a travel time tomographic inversion, and then you use the inversion to flatten the gathers. Next slide. So you run the full waveform inversion through several steps, through several stages. I hope I've not spent more than my time. Okay, so the full waveform inversion is one of the advanced ways of building this velocity. You use your direct arrivals, your field data, you synthesize this, you subtract it to get a residual, you create a model, you feed it back in an iterative sense. You create your first pass model, you move it back into your second pass, and then you continually to improve the velocity and the quality of the model. Next slide. So now let's talk about migration. You must have heard about migration. All these are the steps that we take through to ensure that the seismic quality is restored. When you look at the picture on the left, you can see human being, right? You think it looks like human being. But what has happened is the fact that the pixels are not where they should be. Not that the pixels are not there. So the pixels are there, but they are not sitting in the right position. Only when you position the pixel nicely, as you see on the image on the right, that's when it makes sense. That's migration. So it's about reposition the traces in the top surface where they truly belong up deep. So that's it. Whether it's Keckhoff, whether it's Tolt, all that are maths. This is what it's doing. It's helping you focus and take it there. There are different types, the time and the depth. The time migration speaks to no rate. So when you hear PSTM, it just says that it's assuming that the ray doesn't get distorted, it comes back because it's physics and it's simpler. You get an assumption. But in the depth, you're saying that the ray bend is obeyed. And that means there'll be varying, see the same shot, it goes in, it gets ray bend, it moves through reflection, it moves through from a high dense to less dense. What do? You move away from the normal, you move towards the normal. Those high school physics, the same thing that's still being obeyed. And eventually, what then happens is that you design a migrator operator, which then helps you to collapse the reflections. And once you do that, the image is focused. There are different types from post-stack to pre-stack. This speaks to complexities and this speaks to the cost of compute as well. But fundamentally, the PSDM is now what we do. There are a few occasions where we do PSDM. Next slide. So with all of those entire depth scheme, you update, you migrate, you get your final image, and all whatnot. All of them is to be able to reconstruct and regenerate your image. Next slide. And that's how we moved from this to this. We denoised it. We started with refraction statics. We denoised it. We built velocity. We updated that. We migrated it. And it looks like this. Next slide. I know we are keen to see. There was a bit of animation here, but it's fine. Is this PDF version? No, this is PDF, have you? No, okay, converted it. It was supposed to be a PowerPoint. I really wanted to quiz the geologists in the room to help me identify where those faults are sitting and whether they see any structure that makes sense. Stratigraphy, that also makes sense. But sorry, it's been revealed. You can so it would have been the seismic, and I'm sure I would have gotten some responses. But you can see eventually that seismic or that conceptual model, that understanding of the geology, now it's making sense. And then we use, because of that knowledge of the geology, to go and acquire the data. We use the same understanding of physics to process it. And now we have a volume. And it's now the combination of the knowledge of earth science we're using to interpret it. And we begin to put places that we call faults. And we begin to put places that we see what's going on here. It looks like a syncline. It looks like a syncline here. It looks like an anticline here. Is there a saddle? Is that this? Is that that? Is it making sense? Is that the basement? Where's the source rock? Where's the migration pathway? Back to the original geology. So we'll see how the connection between stripping it, acquiring it, and coming back eventually fits in. And some of this, well, we've tested. We've seen some of these things that are producing now. And then the production guys are happy. And just have to recognize where it all started. And that's the essence of this. Also, we use quantitative interpretation, QI, AVD, AVO, to further constrain what we do. You can see bright spots, indicative of hydrocarbon. So if you already have thought through it, there is sand, you extract your amplitude, you see pops like that. Well, conforming to structures, that's indicative of hydrocarbon trapped in those areas. And those are the areas we target for exploration. In fact, JK4 is somewhere there. Eventually, in our exploration, that's now where we take the seismic, we begin to mature, we create summary sheets like this, we think around the geological risks, the uncertainties, the areas of coverage, the quality of the seismic, the strategic context, the business impact, which facility is it connected to, what is the value eventually. This is how we make money. This is how it all gets and makes sense. What is the volume we are looking at? What are analogous wells we can use to study this area? Is it a green reservoir? Even if it is there a well that looks like it somewhere in the world that we've drilled before? Next slide. And that's exactly what we then do to narrow down the uncertainty from acreage exploration through FID, through development drilling. All of those things is to narrow down our uncertainties. And seismic acquisition in exploration, opportunity generation, you mature it. You see that at the beginning, the uncertainty is wide. But as we begin to know, study it more, it gets leaner to the right. Because we take bold steps and we recognize and we go in that direction. Okay, final thoughts from dialogue to delivery. First, we've established that we are rich in hydrocarbon. Second, we recognize that this hydrocarbon is important for us, for electricity, for our industry, for our grandparents in the village that needs light, that needs heat. And we know we have this source. We are not letting it go. That is already a fact. Then how do we make sure that we all unite. Where does NAEG come in? Advocacy. What do we do? How do we influence the policy? How can we encourage deeper prospectivity? How can we encourage deeper exploration? What will be our message? Where do we need the help of the government? If the president have, if the any president have an audience with the petroleum minister, what our acts is to ensure that we've got enabling environment, low incentives that can help and encourage exploration, because there's risk that you're taking. One exploration well will cost you as high as $40 to $50 million. Wasted. So you recognize that there is a proper handshake that needs to happen as we continue in this journey. No, I haven't finished, sorry. Strong institution partnership. That's why it's also to build that capacity. Students, that's why forums like this are very important, because we learn, we network, we discuss. We bring the methods together, not one in isolation. How can I leverage on the magnetic information, the gravity information that is going on in research? And for the researchers, what do I need to ensure that terra velocity, my noise attenuation algorithm, gets better and stronger? Sustaining the momentum beyond here, let's continue to talk about our energy source, which is dear to us. This is the reason our nation can, this is all we have, accounting to over 90% of our forex. It's critical. And if we can go on the journey to increase production and replace what we produce, then our future will be certain. The future of ourselves and our children will have energy, while we embellish it with solar and other sources, because it's an energy mix, not one energy source. And lastly, what makes the difference is sponsorship, executive representative, being in the right forum, being in the right discourse, taking this communique to preserve our limestones. I think it's just that the chairman didn't want to call it out. If those limestone are as good as you've described them, we should not be using them for cement. We should be thinking about using them for our iron. But is that going to end in this room? We should take it forward. And in inclusion to hydrocarbon as well. So ladies and gentlemen, take a pause here for any reflections. And this is the message from bringing it from concept through physics, through reality, through production, and through making money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our presenter. I'm sure we've all listened to him. And today, I'm glad that our presenter has taken us through mathematics to reality. He started by telling us the story of Renaissance, and generally about the beginning of the search for oil and gas. Has taken us through the petroleum system, the play elements, and has shown us a typical diagram of an outcrop and how we can actually study sedimentation and layering through this typical outcrop. He talked about different geophysical methods, and later settled down to seismic, and taking us through seismic acquisition geometry, the 2D, the 3D, and then the 4D, and gave us a typical example of a marine seismic acquisition, and has helped us to realize that this is an expensive venture, and all necessary precautions must be taken to ensure that the resources is not wasted. He also shows how Renaissance is operating in a transition zone. And then from the data acquisition to processing, I'm highly impressed with your simple approach to convolution model. If my students were here, they will look, say, Organa mathematics, you know, this man know the reality. So he has simplified those mathematical models and made us see the reality and how they actually look like in the real sense of it. He also went on to look at how we can move, convolve each of the traces and then to generate a seismic section from there. He talked about refraction statics as well as noise attenuation and move to deconvolution as well as the velocity migration. So these are some of the boundary conditions. In mathematics, when we have a boundary condition, we think it's something that is so complex. But these are things we actually introduce in our daily living. Even with the conference here, we also set boundary condition. We start 9 a.m., we end 5 p.m. These are boundary conditions. So, which he has shown us how to apply that, and now this boundary condition can actually help us to come up with a good seismic section at the end of the day. He talked about the relevance of time and then cost and quality. Quality is very, very important if you have to make something out of the exercise. I'm impressed also that he shows a typical brute stack as well as the refraction statics and how this can affect our outcome at the end of the day. He moved on to talk about different sources of noise. Yeah, and particularly Grand Road Devil. But to me, in the surface, Grand Road is a friend. And to those in engineering, know that Grand Road is a friend because they actually need it for. That's to tell us that in geophysics, our scale of operation determine what is noise to us and what is real data. So, velocity analysis, Yasoros, the essence of this is actually to get a flat gather, which is very important. So, then you move on to full wave inversion, seismic migration, and then the PSDM, integration of seismic as well as wet data in order to be able to get the actual depth, since seismic is in time. So, and then went on to look at how we can identify faults on a seismic section, identify various things like syncline, anticline, how to identify structural traps as well as stratigraphic traps, and how to generate structural maps. He didn't stop there. He actually went outside the seismic method to look at the exploration risk assessment to narrow down the uncertainty, as we cannot afford to waste $40 million to drill an empty hole. Variably, he advocated for partnership and networking, and then the association should continue to advocate for government involvement, particularly in increasing our capacity for the oil and gas, and that's the only way we can build sustainability. I think our presenter once again deserve another round of applause. So I'm sure this is an interaction, so to ask questions or to put comments, and I think this is the right time. Maybe I will allow my
Thank you so much. I am sure you all felt like you're in a classroom. I will start by saying that if for any reason you're tired of Renaissance, be very sure that you have a job as a lecturer in a lot of universities, starting from my chair and our politician, Professor Dogaro. There will be a seat for you. Be rest assured, all right?
I mean, I lecture at UniBen already as a visiting lecturer at Center of Excellence.
Beautiful.
But why not?
So you have more opening. Thank you for taking us through, from dialogue to implementation. And then you took us through the whole length. he's said a lot, on all the things, so I don't want to repeat some of the things he's done. You've told us more. I'll focus on more of your time, the cost, and quality, which is what you really will require. And how you sometimes you have to compromise because of the quality, because of cost. All right? So that brings us to how you now manage the uncertainty. You did mention that you have to handle that, but you didn't spend time to talk about the handling of uncertainties and all this stuff. Because despite the fact that you're spending $40 million, there are times you have dry or wet hole, depending on how you want to classify it. Huh? So that would be one of the things you maybe mention a little bit, because all the students here, it will be important for them to know that it's not all good and dandy. The fact that you've done all this work does not mean you're fully successful. There are a lot of risks, and even up to development stage, you can still get into a dry hole. But you do everything to make sure you narrow those uncertainties as much as possible. You are, as Renaissance, you are now focused more on brownfields. Is that correct? More or less. You have very few.
Sorry, finish.
As Renaissance, I know you're focused more on a lot on brownfields. You might see a few green, a few marginal, maybe some fields that have just one well or two that are not fully appraised. All right? Yeah. So you can call it partially appraised fields. I noticed from your presentation that you said you're embarking on 2-year
acquisition,
which is wonderful. All right?
Yes.
Now, it's nice to tell us how much of it is pure 3D and how much are you spending on 4D, the time-lapse element. Because for you to find the remaining oil, you need to target on that. And then how much more processing are you doing with all the new AI and things? Are you reprocessing all your available 3D seismic to improve them and narrow those uncertainties? Right?
No, thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for the chair and the co-chair. I thought you're really a vice chancellor. Captured it. Thank you, sir. And also the co-chair, thanks for the reflection. So for the uncertainty, for every step, you deal with the project, a typical project management frame, even while you're processing. I can afford to acquire a seismic that will be so good that I may not even need to process it, for example. But that seismic can require me to put a geophone every 1 meter or 1 foot. You can imagine the cost of that geophone to do that over 1,000 square kilometer area. So from physics experiment, I can do it. But the reality is that survey will be more expensive than the hydrocarbon I'm trying to bring out. So that's why you have to already design your survey to be optimum enough. Things like spacing of 50, 25, as the case may be. So you're already compromising your physics. But you know, and you know you will deal with it. And you already know that if this gives you 70, 80% solution, that's good enough. If you want to solve all the wave equation physics, it becomes too expensive that the value of what you're bringing is useless, because it's about value. It's a business, right? It's not just for the sake of doing it. That's one. So even in the seismic processing space, you might have heard, students would have heard things around Nyquist frequency, right? The frequency at which aliasing would not occur and the frequency at which your seismic is good enough. You've yanked off the entire seismic you have even acquired. But because you know that the cost of processing it, the cost of compute, the storage will be too expensive, that your seismic product may come 3 years later. No decision maker is going to wait for that seismic. Nobody's going to drill a well that the seismic is coming in 4 years' time, because you want to solve the entire wave equation. You want to make sure you are correct. So you deal with the uncertainties in this space. And then in the actual drilling, that's why we don't rely on just one analysis. You must start from your regional conceptual model. Where was sedimentation and how does it flow? How did the sediment occur? In fact, and that's why you go on field trips. You see your deltaic analog outcrop. You now say that, this part is a lot more simpler. I see more sand than shale. So you can feel it. Oh, the sediments are well sorted, they are rounded. That means the transportation happened for a longer time because it's in the transportation that they roll and become smoother. That's already telling you something from that outcrop. And then you go somewhere, you see that this is a mass transport, that there was lots of pebbles and shale and mud and sand. That already tells you what it looks like. It's chaotic. When you now see a chaotic reflection in your seismic, you know that you are somewhere there. And if you're somewhere there, you already recognize that your sand is not very clean. Because why do you need sand? Sand is like when you soak foam inside water. It absorbs it and remain. But the moment you put a straw, that foam, that water will go up through the straw. That's your well. And through capillary pressure, remember high school physics? The tendency of a liquid to fall or rise in a narrow capillary tube. That's how we flow through the well. And that's why you're looking for sand, because if that was mud, it will not flow. So you see that your understanding of the geology, one of the things you throw in, you now take it a step further to say, can I see what my quantitative interpretation looks like? You know your Zopres, the AVO, amplitude vary with offset. You layer it on that. You now look through, drill this type of well before. All of these things you are doing is to narrow down your certainty. And once you're done with that, inshallah, at that point, you have to test.
Analysis to actual. Yes. Where the man is drilling the well with all the wonderful things you've said. And I still drill my well.
Yeah, she's an operations person as well.
And then you find a wet, and then you find that something has not been optimal during processing.
Indeed.
All right. So that interaction, not just you following all those stuff, but that interaction between the reality of what happens. And that's why I'm asking, do you plan to do more of reprocessing of what you already have?
Yes. So I was coming to that as well.
Okay.
I didn't show it here because it's still in the proof of concept. Yes. Actually, in Renaissance, we are deploying, I lead what we call in Renaissance entire group an AI Center of Excellence. We have it in Renaissance, and I'm leading that. And what we're doing is that we're taking the knowledge of the gamut of the data we have, even down to operations in terms of predictive maintenance. We know when a valve is going to before it trips because we've seen the trend. We look at uptime AI, and then specifically on seismic, we've been able to reconstruct post-stack this time. Some of our seismic signals. The machine studied where the signals are continuous and clean and use that to reconstruct post-stack. And we are deploying it in our seismic area now using AI. But whereas AI can help you, remember this is post-stack. You must, first of all, you cannot model what is not acquired. And that's why we are going on a campaign now to acquire seismic that will run for over 2 years. Acquisition. Nearly 7,000 operators of staff are going to be on that campaign. Nearly 500,000 square kilometers coverage, so massive. And why we're acquiring it is that the data that we have then was acquired in the 90s, or in the 60s rather, so it's old. There's as much as you cannot reconstruct what was not acquired if you don't have the data. So there are areas we must reacquire. There are areas we are reprocessing. There are areas we are now using AI as well. So we dimension them differently based on the challenges. I think there was one more you had mentioned. Did I capture all?
Well, I think overall, yes. Okay. So I wanted to know how much of this, all your campaign is targeted on more like virgin areas.
Greenfield. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. You spoke about the strategy. So when you want to restart, there was a time in this country, everybody's going for production. And Renaissance, the then SPDC was also in that campaign. We're just producing. We're not actively exploring. In fact, our last exploration well is over 10 years, nearly 10 years. So now that we're restarted, the first thing you want to do, because you have an ambition and you have a government that is also yearning for more production, you don't want to start by going into your virgin areas where you don't have facilities. Because if you find them, you cannot produce them. So the first strategy, our near-term strategy, is what we call ILX, infrastructure-led exploration. So that means that the blocks and the deeper, most of our wells are somewhere around 10, 12,000. There are next block plays that we have not explored. We are just enjoying the blocks that we have found. So when we mean infrastructure-led now, is to go back, CADOs, that block that have not been touched, separated by a nice fault, what is there? The deeper to my production levels, what is there? Because I already know, if I find, like in JK4, that hydrocarbon is coming to production in a shorter time. So once I stabilize my portfolio and meet some of all these small opportunities, of course, it's Renaissance Africa. Don't be surprised when you start hearing that we are operating in another African country. And that's that eventually. And then deep water with time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the audience? All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
Okay, 2 questions quickly, sir. Thank you first for the presentation. My name is Abba Usman. I work for Geological Survey. Now, you mentioned one of the issues or problem of Marfin Reservoir. Geology, complex geology, like when a reservoir is covered by thick basalt. Now, when such happen, I know that one of the solutions could be relying on other geophysical data, gravity, magnetics. But I'm looking at the scale, because you spoke about aerogravity, aeromark. So that scale might not be too good to define it. What do you do? That's the first question. The second question is, actually, I want to take up from what Madam has said. You see, in mineral exploration, nowadays, we are more interested in going back to map the tailings, that the residue of, old mines. I'm looking at the equivalent of tailings in oil exploration, maybe water, salt, and so on, sand, bituminous sand, and even some heavy metals. So in Renaissance, have you thought about actually exploring and mining for metals out of oil exploration? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very, very good thoughts. I'll start with the first. It's more of you leave the other methods. While okay. So where such scenario I'll make a case example. If I'm dealing with salt, right? Typically on the seismic, it will be where it will be whitish because there is no acoustic contrast, if you remember the question. I will not see any energy. And that's because the salt is able to absorb that sound that I sent in. In such a scenario, if you remember 2 ways I can. The full waveform inversion, which I introduced briefly. I can rely, does my direct arrival see something? If it did, then I can attempt to reconstruct, but that will not give me that. To then leverage on other seismic methods, other non-seismic methods this time around. Gravity contrast between salt and sand is high. Right? So what I then do is, I bring in gravity survey in my velocity modeling. I then take that part of the seismic that is wiped out. We did that in Bonga, where you see those mud diapias. We then bring this energy of that gravity, because there's a relationship between gravity measurement can be inverted to velocity. So I will invert my gravity into velocity. I'm integrating two methods already. And I use that gravity reading to replace the velocity I could not get, and then remigrate. In fact, I was asking Doc yesterday when he was telling me that there was a massive campaign, because I was asking whether the map presented yesterday, was it the Delta? And he said, no, there was a massive campaign. So he got me thinking already. How deep does that? Oftentimes, gravity doesn't go deep about, if it did, then that's another piece of information that you can then use. In fact, we're not suffering it in Niger Delta as much. The carbonate regions, the salt areas are the areas where you cannot even just rely on seismic method. As you are getting your seismic method, you are shooting your gravity, you are shooting your magnetics. And in some areas, you even need electromagnetics, because you are relying on the electromagnetic differentials to determine that. So that's how you can integrate. I didn't speak too much about it here because of generally, ballpark, the seismic method, we don't have a lot of salt, we don't have a lot of overlayers that is maxing and swallowing our energy. So it's as such. The second question. Okay, no, we haven't thought about this, because again, it's an oil company. So we kind of play where our strength is. But I like the thinking. But when I think of a mine, a few I've visited, what we are targeting is a small straw, a small well. A mine requires a bit more. And what we are describing is over 15,000 kilometers in depth. I don't know if miners play in such depth. Thinking about the integrity, keeping the hole, even the small hole we drill, get collapsed. Just small well. Sometimes it caves in. So how then, the mining, but I think there's something there, at least maybe the beneath part, the first 2,000 seconds. Is there really an opportunity there? I think it's something. I've never heard about this, and I'm very, very impressed to hear it. So there's something there. There's something there. Maybe not now. Maybe when we've exhausted our oil, and then we realize that we need to do something quickly, then we can chase it. And I think that's a brilliant idea, but we are not currently at the moment. And thank you.
My name is Dr. Jiriko Gajere, University of Abuja. I listened to you keenly, and I was glad that I'm here this morning. Thank God the chair mentioned the aspect of the question I wanted to ask. But I will give it a different background so that we get the balanced view of what you already mentioned. You said earlier that just from her question, they are already leveraging on advances in AI, machine learning, and all those things in exploration. And thank God, I think our training tomorrow is dwelling more of that in some of the methods we use in exploration. I just really want to know, how much do you think this reprocessing of this legacy data, how much do you think they can still, how much value do you think they can add? Considering that most of this legacy data were processed some years back, when this present technology and advances were not really there. You just mentioned some of these 4D and all those ones. And I'm sure at those days and those times when they were processing this data, these advances were not available to those who did that. I really want to know how much of a value add, to what you are really doing now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc. Thanks. I'll speak to this in two ways. Immediate post-stack AI-enabled seismic, and the second is computers now improved. Prof, when you mentioned ground roll, the reason we took them out, or we do take them out, is because we couldn't deal with them. But we are now rethinking it now because computers improved. That is also, you saw ground roll as it was sitting top to bottom. That shows that there is an element of the wave that it's being carried in it. But because we couldn't deal with it in the past, we yank it off. Now that computers improved AI, machine learning, the current research we're doing now is rather than removing noise, we now want to use noise to re-image our seismic. So there will no longer be anything called seismic noise. But rather, you are now reconstructing your entire source, because they are also part of your source wavelet. They ended up as noise because you can't deal with it, or you couldn't. So that means that if you now are able to deal with it, it's no longer noise. And one case that we've done already. In the past, acquisition people, if they're in the room, if you acquire data, because you have lots of low frequency noise, you do a full cutoff and you throw away all your lows. You are throwing away both the low signal and the low noise because you could not handle the noise. It was too difficult. But recently, even at Renaissance, what we are now doing is we're going back to those few data to bring back those noise. And this the low frequency workflow. But that's the reason why we're able to go deep now. Because those low ends contain your low frequency, and your low frequencies don't get attenuated. They are the reason you can image your deep. So what we are even doing first is that we are now, as technology is advancing, remember it used to be 2D time migration, but knowledge is growing. Before it was on paper, right? There was no even seismic method, and technology is advancing. Where we are now is, with the AI, we're currently experimenting that the noise we see, we can leverage. And then that means that we can also be faster, because what AI gives you is speed and agility, not just, but it doesn't replace human. That means we'll even be faster in doing it, saving time. Then the one on the value, that the one we are currently doing on post-stack is, I spend 3-4 weeks interpreting a seismic. It's too noisy. I can't even track any event. And then I provide, which we've tested, the value of the information. I provide an interpreter with that volume. Beautiful. Faults are clearer. I've saved him time that he's struggling to horizon and fault. So the value of the post-stack is already impacting the knowledge of what we thought we knew. So, this fault, there was actually fault here I didn't see. That fault can easily create compartmentalization in your reservoir. That fault could mean that your production you're estimating is more or less. So it's making business value already. So in terms of value, it's there. The second and the biggest one we are working on now is to say, this noise, ground roll, we want. But the only reason you can do that is when you can handle it. And thanks to AI or machine learning. Because we've been doing AI. If you think about separating noise and signal, it's AI. So in the industry, all this here, we are just calling it names now. Of course, it's helping us speed and doing it faster. Thank you. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Next. Someone here. Okay, I think someone here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Olashende from NGSA. That was a very beautiful and insightful presentation. Mine is not a question, rather it's just something to reiterate on what you probably said in a passing. And that is one, you made mention of some academic lecturing in a particular university. But at the end of your slide, the last thing you mentioned was also trying to encourage capacity development. I think when I listened to you, I was enjoying the flow, but I looked at it and I think I should throw it open also to the association and to the bigger association at large. what are the inputs we are putting in for the generation coming behind? Because I sat with my students here, and I have to start explaining, like when you mention attenuation, I said, don't mind them. They just mean reduction and things like that. What are we doing? Like I remember the first time I attended NAPI when I was still in the undergraduate days in Akure, where they did the student conference there. Those are part of the steps, but the thing is, I think they're dying down gradually. What are we doing? I think we should look at it in trying to, because everything you mentioned today was so exciting to most of the younger ones here. But sincerely, I won't lie to you, they probably are not comprehending what you're saying. They can't fully comprehend it. So I think the association at large, if it's a field school, if NAEC decide to organize a kind of field school, I'm sure companies like Renaissance and some other company can actually synergize and sponsor them without them having to pay through their nose. Thank you very much.
Indeed, indeed. And then to your point, thanks a lot. I'm sure the thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think
No.
we are Prof, but we'll call Prof now. But I think his presentation is actually, he made it much more elementary, made much more understandable. If I were to teach you processing, I am sure you will not learn anything if you put it side by side with with what actually made it for an ordinary person to understand. Prof, quickly.
I'm not a prof. If you dash me, I'll take. All right. Well, so the presenter, your paper was very, very interesting. For some of us who left seismic a long time ago, I did a VAC in Shell in 1979. And I remember in Freeman House, we were indexing seismic records those days. Yeah. So the beauty of all this is the fact that when Shell was indicating that they were closing down or they were going, I think we were very worried, I must tell you. We were very worried. But I think being at your paper today, gives me some interest, because I find that the Shell that we thought was going away is now even back in a greater form. Yeah, because by the name Renaissance, of course, you know that it's a renewed energy effort, not just within the borders of Nigeria, but also in Africa. So we are seeing some of this, and being at this paper and understanding the level and the extent of your investments or your plans, I think I am particularly very gratified personally. So thank you very much. And when we invite you to come around and give some of these papers, we are happy that you are here. And there's a lot we can take home, including the fact that Shell that was is now Renaissance in a bigger way. Thank you very much for your effort.
Thank you. I'll take that message to my CEO.
Okay, maybe we'll make this the last one so that.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, sir. I also want to join others in commending you for this brilliant presentation. I am particularly impressed. And of course, the example of the migration you used makes it to sink. So I want to ask, I also want to commend you for the brilliant, your contribution during the NAPI Academy workshop. I remember in this group. So it's just coming back to me now. So you said the new seismic you are acquiring involves about 7,000 workers. I want to know how much of academics are involved for a kind of training and retraining. Thank you.
No, thanks. So, good point. When I say exposure of about 7,000, some are leveraging the locals first. The line cutting, the geophones laying, and all that. But I tell you, some of the CSRs are in the academia. They've been onboarded on the project. To even tell you how much Renaissance tried, last year we did a train the trainer workshop in IA, Port Harcourt, where lecturers coming from different sphere, and for 2 weeks, lodged in Renaissance to build this capacity and take it back to the school as well. We don't stop there. The Uniben Center of Excellence I referenced is fully 90% run by Renaissance. So Renaissance lecturers, I partner with Professor Ibeniro in geophysics, for example. So he brings the fantastic maths. My duty is to merge it with the real life scenario. So the students, that's how this program is structured. Professor Difference is the director, and a whole lot of other impact in those areas. And we will continue to partner in doing that. So in terms of, yes, like there are academias in the project. There are also academias we partner with both in training. We had to train the trainer, course store. We had, this year we also had lecturers come into our course store, because we have one of the biggest course store in Africa. And just to look at the sediments, to see what the details and you'll see in your reservoir. And that's what we're about at Renaissance. Our capacity building is very, very important to us. We're still closing out graduate recruitment. And that's to keep the funnel. I hope there are people in the room that are part of it, because, being here, I try to mentor a couple of people as well. So almost 60 young graduates will be joining Renaissance this year. And that's how we keep that funnel, geologists and geophysics. So please, just for students to look out for opportunities like that. Interns, the Center of Excellence students, all of them intern in Renaissance projects. So they take it from seismic all through the entire full value chain in terms of building that capacity as well. So that's what we're about in Renaissance. Let me leave it at that. But just to say that indeed it's incorporated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This paper can't end without the chairman technical committee saying something. Thank you. Just 1 minute. You see, you made mention of something at the tail end of your, what you say. And Mr. President, in view of the partnership that you are undertaking, I think there should be special partnership between NAEC and Renaissance. Because that is the essence of our coming here. So that we can partner together. There are some young graduates here who will be ready to be part of Renaissance. So, when an opportunity arises, just get across to our president and we'll get some of our best brains, get them across to you, and then that will also bring the correct kind of partnership between Renaissance and NAEC. Thank you very much.
So, this is very important. I think part of the thing we would like to take back to Renaissance is the need to collaborate with a professional body like this and with the academic. Let me tell you, the industry will continue to complain that our graduates are not fit to some of your activities. But the fault is not actually from the university. The hard fact is that the industry does not give the university the needed opportunity, the needed exposure. And I can tell that from experience. My 1 year in Shell changed my view on geophysics completely. Just 1 year. And that made a lasting impact. It transformed my classroom theory to reality. So, and from that period to now, the difference on what an impact on the student and what it was in the past. Okay?
No, thanks, Prof.
And I also know that working with some of the organizations outside the country that are into oil and gas, I know in their domain, these things are made available to the university. For instance, the grant role you are talking about now, the academics works on them because you are looking for your money almost immediately. But the academics will create time to look at them critically, and they are supported by the industry. Then they come back with their report. Yeah, they may not get what you want immediately, but over time, that's why research is time investment. It's not what you get the results immediately. So, and these are some of the things I think the industry should look into. Don't see it as if you are the university is they come and beg and all those. No, 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 no. It is what you put into them, what you put into the professional body like this, that eventually determine what you get as the product will become your employee at the end of the day. And therefore, organizations like Renaissance and others should look into this critically and see how they can collaborate with the universities, with the ensure that we provide a better platform for our students as well as the academics.
No, thanks, Prof. Maybe just a few things to add to that is that there is no geopolitical zone in this country that Renaissance does not have a professorial chair. None in the country. In the 6th geopolitical zone, Zaria University of Zaria, every university in the 6th geopolitical zone, Renaissance has a professorial chair. Both the one established and by Shell. So I think we need to probably say a bit more. The number of interns we currently have, there's no company in Nigeria that has that number of internship. Because we know that if we don't, we can't hire the best. You understand? You already know it. And that's why we invested in that he talked about. We're there as Renaissance to ensure that this NAPA Academy, which I think NMGS should also partner, we build that together. It becomes Nedo Sayende is leading that with the president. And then we strengthen that as well. And that's why we also run programs like Train the Trainers, annually, biannually. We bring in, so I think it's just people to know about this, that they are professors, they are sabbatical. The new sabbatical has just resumed. Across environment, project, geophysics, all the different, there's 2 to 3 sabbatical in every of our functions in additions. But we will continue to do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. The next discussion will be taken offline. You took away the words because he's going to sponsor, he already agreed in principle. He's going to sponsor this conference going forward. We'll have the real partnership. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please let's once more appreciate the presenter and our lead speaker today. We could see that even if we had continued with the question till evening, he's ready to answer all those questions. So thank you for your rich presentation. We would like to also appreciate the chair and the co-chair, Professor Ayolabi Elijah. We appreciate you so much, sir. And Dr. Trudy Coker, thank you so much. We will be going straight to the next session, which is technical presentations. So we'll be having chairs and co-chairs come up high table for that session. But now let's clap for them as they leave the stage. Before then, I would like to recognize in our midst the NMGS 001. Please let's recognize in our midst the president of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, Ms. Rose Ndong. She's here with us. Please let's recognize her. She's also supported by the vice president of NMGS, Dr. Matthew Oyodekun. Thank you, Ma, for coming. So we'll go straight to the next session. Please, Dr. Simobi, don't go yet. Please don't go yet. We'll still have a presentation to you shortly, but we need to gain some time. For the next session, I would like to invite to the high table the chairman of that session. Permit me now to introduce the chairman of the next session for our technical paper presentations, Professor Smart Obiora. Please take your seat on the high table. Professor Smart Obiora. Let's give him some round of applause as he takes his seat on the high table to chair the next session. To support him on the high table for this session, as co-chair, I would like to invite Chief Dom Wachuku to support Professor Smart Obiora. Chief Dom Wachuku, co-chair the next technical session. Is Chief Dom Wachuku in the hall? Huh? Chief Dr. Dom Wachuku. Okay, Chief Dom Wachuku is not yet here, but we also need to join them, the timekeeper for today, Mr. Simon Magaji. Mr. Simon Magaji, please join on the high table. You will act as our timekeeper for this session. Okay, so I would like to hand over to the chair. We'll wait. Chief Dom Wachuku will join us, but we need to start. Okay, you have a microphone there, so.
Maybe 10 for presentation, 5 for minutes. Where is the person? Why is the person? Am I to come with my phone? Where is the maggot? Why is the maggot? Why is the maggot? Where is the maggot? See the maggot. Yes. Come now.
Chief Dom Wachuku, please join us here
Let me take my
as a co-chair for these technical paper presentations. Let's appreciate Chico session. Okay, so chairman, technical session, co-chair, you've taken your seats. We can now proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. You're welcome to the technical section presentations. We are taking, there was originally 2 halls, but we are going to be taking the 2 within this one place. We want to know those who are available for the presentation. Just indicate if you are here. Angelica Obimi. So you're here. That's A1. Ameloko. Ameloko. AA. Ito. Are you there? Are you there? Talk now. Okay. Azubike Ijoma. Azubike Ijoma. Kelechi. Not. Are you here? No. Mukata Mohammed. Mukata Mohammed. Not here. Igodalo. Are you there? Igra Bata. Are you there? Aji Safe. Is there? Osisaya. That's good. Next page. Muhammad Adamo. Muhammad Adamo. Okay. please, if you have not loaded, you go and load it and load, especially those who have called. Muhammad Adamo, Mushbahu Yusuf, Sonny in Chimbia and Richmond. Sonny in Chimbia and Richmond. He does. Maybe he's not the presenter. Are you there? Okay. Yusuf Musa. Yusuf Musa. Not Sonny Nichibe again. And Wankwo Cyril. This one not here. Women IY. Azubike Joma Kelechi. Maybe another. Who will present? Okay, Richmond. Are you going to? I think there was one before. Is his name there? His name in the other one? In the first one? No, there was one before. Loaded. Then Daniel David. Daniel David. Okay, we just okay. Thank you. Sabiu Muhammad. Wamba Jonah. Omar Afebua. Kadri, are you there? Olubumi Omotola. I'm just on the first one. Chinanye Onyabo. Eta. Are you there? No? Chinanye Onyabo. Victor Ugu Messi Fechuku. Evans UF Edet Napabio. Okenu SC Eta. Wamba Bamba. Ayuba. Not there, yes or no, yes. Tijani Isa Bulamawa. Isa Bulamawa. Nuruddin. Okay. Benjamin Shaibu. Godwin Udom and Richmond. Another one. Will you present that one? Benjamin Shaibu. All of them. There was one we called earlier. Okay. Sani Usman. Benjamin Shaibu again. And Micah Adamo. Okay. I think that's before the launch. So all these persons who are available should ensure you load your slides. Before that, let us do a ceremony.
Thank you so much, Chairman. We just want to show some level of appreciation to Renaissance, to Dr. John Bosco, and of course, the presenter, lead speaker today, Dr. Osimobi. Doctor, please, can you join us here? Please stand. I would like to invite the president of Nigerian Association of Exploration Geophysics, Mr. Akin George with capital letters all through. Please join us here. I would also like to invite our overall boss in the sector, NMGS 001, Ma President at MGS, Ms. Rosendong, please join us here. Mr. President, we have this plaque to show some appreciation to Renaissance through Dr. Sumobi and Dr. John Bosco.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gallo. Your presentation actually reminded me of the time we were in Holland, TU Delft Technical University. At that time, all the seismic shootings in Shell is being flown to Delft for interpretation. And that is where I started learning about seismic. I learned it from Professor Kufud. Kufud is the name of the professor. He's the most famous professor of electrical and seismic in the world. People know him, published so many papers and all the rest of it. He was the one who supervised personally. Well, your presentation, eloquent, direct, and pragmatic. Congratulate you. Enjoyed it. And on behalf of NMGS, I will call the #1 geoscientist to please, not one, to please make this presentation. Thank you.
It is my honor on behalf of NMGS and NAEG, to present to you this plug for the wonderful presentation you had made. Made a lot of sense, and as I told you privately, I'll say it now. NMGS is in fact already in collaboration with NAPE, in the sense that they're also a special group of NMGS, so there's no worries in that regard. We just strengthen it every time, I mean, at every opportunity. So congratulations once more, and keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are very grateful. Thank you. You expect another one. No problems.
Thank you. So,
So I think we can go ahead. I think we can go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, please.
So we have altogether 15 presenters. We are expected to go on break, lunch break. In fact, with the time I made, that will be maybe after 2 p.m. So we'll have 10 minutes strictly for each presenter, and maybe 5 minutes for questions. We call on the first presenter there on the brochure, A01, Angelica Obemi Otor. You can go ahead.
Good morning, professors. Good morning, doctors. Good morning, lecturers and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emoife Angelica Obimi. I'm here to present our study on integration of seismic attributes and petrophysical analysis.
Please, can you be louder?
Okay. I'm here to present a study on integration of seismic attributes and petrophysical analysis for reservoir characterization of the Annes Field, Niger Delta Basin. Next slide, please. The presentation will briefly cover introduction, aims and objective, geology of the study area, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and acknowledgement. Next slide. The motivation behind this study is the need to improve hydrocarbon recovery in brownfields that are experiencing declining production rates and increasing water output. Rather than rely on existing wells, there is need to reevaluate available wells and well log data and seismic data to better understand the field and reduce uncertainty if there is a need for future well placement. So this study integrates seismic attributes and petrophysical analysis to characterize the reservoirs within the Annes and also to identify potential prospects within the Annes Field. Next slide, please. The aim and objective of this study, the aim is to characterize hydrocarbon-bearing sands interval in the Annes Field, onshore Niger Delta, by using integrated 3D seismic attributes and petrophysical analysis. And to achieve that, we follow this objective by correlating well logs to understand the continuity of the reservoir and also to compute and estimate petrophysical parameters like the shave value, net growth, effective porosity, water saturation to understand the reservoir properties and to map faults and horizons to be able to understand the geometry of the reservoir and finally to extract seismic attributes for potential prospects and identification and evaluation. Please, next slide. So the geology of the study area, which is the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta is characterized by gross gravity deformation, structural deformation that has led to extensive fault system. And within this slide, you can find the location of our study, approximate location of our study area, which is indicated as that yellow star over there. And from the stratigraphic profile, you can also see it where the Annes files Annes wells are indicated. Thank you. Next slide, please. The methodology. We use data sets from 3D seismic volume, composite logs that include gamma ray, sonic resistivity, neuron, and density logs from 5 different wells. And the data were quality checked for any errors, and when there were errors, we corrected for them. And for the seismic interpretation, we use Petrel 2018, and for petrophysical analysis, we use TechLog 2018. So the workflow followed reservoir delineation to physical properties estimation to seismic well tie to seismic interpretation and the 3D structural framework modeling before the seismic attribute analysis. Next slide, please. So results and discussion. From our results, we're able to delineate 3 major reservoirs, the C4000 sand and the D6000 sand and E8000 sand. These reservoirs were characterized by high resistivity responses within the logs, and we're able to delineate and correlate them through the well logs. Next slide, please. So from our petrophysical analysis, we're able to understand that the D6000 sand stood out because it had high shave value, it had lowest shave value, and the highest net to gross, highest effective porosity, and the lowest water saturation. Although C4000 sand also had a lower shave value, a bit high net to gross, and effective porosity, and water saturation. All right, this is just the this slide displays the litho saturation model for Annes well, which is indicating for the third reservoir, which is the E8000 sand. It had very poor very poor reservoir properties compared to C4000 sand and D6000 sand. Next slide, please. All right. Then when we started from the well correlation and well type, we went to seismic interpretation. From there, we moved on to the 3D model.
Five more minutes.
So we actually achieved a fair tie between the seismic well at the vicinity of Annex 2. Please, can we take the next slide? And this is our depth to structural map. Please, next slide. All right. So the attribute map revealed that parts of the evaluated reservoir that has not been tested was showing very high anomalous amplitude responses. And we found out that within that region, the existing well did not penetrate most certain places within the field, and they had high anomalous amplitude readings, which could mean that some parts within this matured field might have been bypassed or never evaluated properly. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the integration of the seismic attribute and petrophysical analysis using 3D seismic attribute and well data have aided the identification and delineation of potential hydrocarbon prospective zones within the Annex field of the Niger Delta. And this study involved well log correlation and estimation of reservoir properties, revealed 3 hydrocarbon bearing reservoirs with good effective porosities and net to gross ratios, suggesting that they are high quality sands. Detailed interpretation of the faults and horizons enabled better understanding of the structural framework, which exerts a major control on the stratigraphy and trapping mechanism in the study area. So seismic attribute analysis played a key role in the identification of hydrocarbon leads that may be potential prospective zones in the field. Most of the identified hydrocarbon leads are yet to be penetrated by the bit. So that could mean that those areas can be potential prospects in case of infill drilling. However, further studies integrating sequence stratigraphy, sedimentology, core data analysis, and reserve estimation are needed to ascertain the hydrocarbon producibility of the field. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for making good use of your time. Please, you have 2 minutes left. We'll invite questions and comments. Any comments or questions? If there is none now, then we can say, give a hand of, oh, okay, Doctor. Okay, another second hand. That's afterthought.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go to your correlation there. Do you do your correction based on the sequence stratigraphy? Because I just say your correlating stand to stand. I don't understand. Can you explain your correlation?
Correlation.
Yeah.
If we did sequence,
Yeah.
lithological correlation, saturation.
No, go back. I want to see your correlation.
Please, can you help me go back?
Use the mic. Use the mic.
Please, can you help me go back on the slide?
Technical.
I just want to understand the basis of your correlation. Go back to the panel.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. No. Go back, please. Yeah. Go forward, please. I think a geologist have to be on that place. Your panel, go forward, please. Go forward. Yes, this one. Yeah. Okay. Can you explain how you do your correction panel? Is it based on what?
On the logs, the different well logs, we correlated from gamma ray, sonic, and
Based on what? Based on what? Because I can see that you are correcting sand to sand, have you?
Yes, sir.
And what is the distance between each well?
from C4000 to
No, the distance between where 1 to where 2, where 3. What's
for
the distance?
annex.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact distance
Okay,
from
that's why
where one to.
it confusing. Next time, I want you to correct the sound for me.
Okay, sir.
So that I will now know what you are doing now. You just do a little stratigraphic correction, which is not even. Next time, thank God in your final discussion, you will say something about sequence stratigraphy.
Yes, sir.
I want to know how the sediment is deposited in time and in space. Okay, that one is confusing and also if you go to our attribute, is it based on lithology or the fluid? Because in your attribute map, I can't see some structural control. I can't see anything. Maybe it is fluid, or maybe are you doing based on sand?
For the attribute extraction.
Yes.
Okay, what we did was that we extracted from the seismic volume. That's what we got.
Go back to the last to the attribute map. Yeah. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
What is the implication?
The implication is that most within this for the RMS amplitude, some areas have high anomalous responses and some don't have. So on the areas like this indicated 0, alpha, and beta, where we have high anomalous
And
resistivity responses.
indicate what? That high amplitude.
Responses.
Yeah. What is the indication?
High amplitude responses.
Is it fluid or lithology?
It's fluid.
Is this structural control?
Yes. The dark line is as a result of the fault crossing through.
I think you still need something to do. If you do your this thing, you can see that it's not structural control. You cannot prove it that it's a fluid. It may be the sand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next person, just give to Professor Demi.
Well done. Mine just few contributions. When you say results, it's always good to say results and discussions. Ditto for conclusions. I want to ask the values of your petrophysical parameters. Did you estimate them or you determine them? And did you notice any relationship between depth, any variation of the figures with depth? And we are not also able to establish any mathematical link, if any, between your petrophysical parameters, especially porosity and permeability. Thank you.
Okay, sir. For the petrophysical parameters, they were not estimated. We determined them. We used the tech log to determine them from the data that we got from the well logs. So they were not estimated but determined.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. A hand of applause for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. The next presenter will be Ameloko. You can start.
The slides, please. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman of NAEG and the Chairman of Technical. Okay. All right.
Just go straight to your presentation.
All right. Thank you, sir. My name is Ameloko Anthony Adojo, and I'm here this afternoon to make a presentation on our paper titled Implementation of Electrical Sounding, Standard Penetration Test and Core Penetration Test Data for a Better Understanding of Subsoil Condition. So in the course of this presentation, I'll take us quickly through the following outlines. Introduction, which includes background to the study,
aim and objectives of the study, methodology of the study, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. So background to the study. Now, before any engineering structures such as building, roads, and bridges are constructed, it is usually necessary to carry out a geotechnical investigation of the subsurface environment using standard penetration test, cone penetration test, and other soil sample analysis in order to establish the integrity and otherwise the load-bearing capacity of the subsoil condition before such a building can be put in place. Now, because of the advantage of continuous profiling provided by the geophysics method, is becoming increasingly common to create these methods together. Next. So what actually entails in geotechnical investigation using SPT and CPT is making borehole with specialized instruments. And the subsoil conditions can be inferred from the number of blow counts obtained from the SPT data and the resistance put forward by the subsoil material obtained from the CPT data. And from the lithology log obtained along with these procedures, it is usually very common to have knowledge of the subsurface where conclusions are made before engineering structures are put in place. Next slide, sir. So previous studies in literatures has reported a lot of correlations between CPT and SPT. Typical examples are those on the screen. However, we have little or no correlation between geotechnical data and geophysical data. We have seen in literature, some literature that concluded that where you have high resistive material equates to high competence material and vice versa. So this study was designed to investigate the relationship between geotechnical and geophysical data in addition to getting information about the subsoil environment. So the aim of this work was to assess geotechnical parameters and their relationship with geophysical data within the study area. Specific objectives are to investigate the geophysical and geotechnical properties of the study area, the relationship between VES and SPTN data, relationship between CPT and SPT values. This is the location of the study area. It's a satellite map of part of Mountain Top University. That's the permanent site where this survey was carried out. We have 11 VES location and 10 CPT and SPT data points that were used. Only about 3 points were used for this study. So this is a figure showing its long setup for the VES data acquisition using a SuperSting R1 resistivity meter. Figure 3 is the setup for the SPT using motorized percussion auger to determine the blow count. We were able to achieve a depth of about 20 to about 20.5 meters. Then for the SCPT, we used a 2.5 ton tip penetrometer that was used to acquire the CPT. For the data processing for the VES, manual curve matching was carried out, followed by interpretation.
5 more minutes, please. 5 more minutes.
Next slide, please. So we also corrected for SP using equation 1 here. Next slide, sir. So results and discussion. Our figure here shows typical profile of the SPT data acquired from the locations. So to the right is the depth, showing the maximum depth that was achieved Then at the center is the lithology log that came with the result, and the values on the right-hand side of the figure indicates the SPTN values that were corrected. Next slide. So here we have the CPT profile. On two of the locations as well is a plot of resistance against depth. And because of the anchoring capacity of the 2Us, we're only able to achieve a depth of between 2.75 and 4.5. So the variation in resistance gave information about the lithology of the area. Next slide. So this is the VS correlation of the 3 points that were used. And from the information obtained from the 3 methods, it was recommended that because of the geoengineering property of the shallow subsoil, deep foundation was recommended in order to be able to carry the load of the kind of structure that are to be put on the permanent site. So in addition to that, we were able to do some simple correlation between the parameters that were obtained from the VES and the geotechnical
2 more minutes,
data.
please.
Okay, sir.
2 minutes more.
So next slide. Next slide. So this is the correlation analysis between the SPTN and the resistivity data. So we plotted the two parameters on the vertical axis against the horizontal profile showing the depth. So we try to check the relationship between these two parameters, depth. So from the depth of 0 to about 3, there was fair correlation between these two parameters, but beyond the depth of 3 meters, there was inconsistency between these parameters, and the correlation was not too fair. Then we also correlated CPT and SPT. The correlation was relatively better between the geotechnical parameters. So in conclusion, the correlation analysis between CPT and SPT was fine or fair, and therefore, either of them can be used to fairly predict the other. Then for the VES and the SPTN, the general conclusion that where you have high resistivity value equates to high competent material did not work out for the correlation between VES and so generally the findings show that the relationship between the resistivity and geotechnical parameter is not universal, but depend on local geology and geotechnical condition. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Comments and questions, please. Okay, one. Okay. The president.
Mr. Presenter, you know very well that from your SPT,
sir,
you can determine the bearing capacity of the soil. There's a formula for it.
Okay. Yeah, I think correlation, yes, sir.
You know this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, someone there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter.
Thank you, sir.
I heard you talk about the correlation.
Yes, sir.
For SPT and CPT. My question is, how did you correlate the vase resistivity layers with the stratigraphy from SPT and CPT? And what was your approach to resolving mismatchings in layers in terms of thickness? Thank you.
Okay. Can I respond? Okay. Okay. Let me, okay.
Did you get the question?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, respond.
Okay, from the 3 tables that were shown, we actually used the Excel to carry out the correlation between the VS data and the SPTN data because they were obtained from the same point from where the survey was carried out. So we using the Excel software, we did carried out the correlation.
Okay, let's take that person from that side before you, please. Just one.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering how you're able to conclude from just 3 wells that there was no correlation between resistivity and geotechnical parameters. From 3 wells, and you said specifically, universally, there's not going to be any correlation. So I think that is statistically insignificant. So you can't make such vague deductions out of such analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you check the 3 correlation plots, the third investigation point actually had good correlation, but the other 2 did not have. So what we are saying is that depending on the geology of the area and what prevails, okay, you have a correlation between good or bad correlation between your parameters.
Saying is, if you had done more,
yes,
you would have got more representative. So the result will be more representative.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Last, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, when you said you quoted an authority from 2017, there is no established correlation between VES and SPT. And you quoted an authority in 2017, and this is 2026. And are you sure that up till now, nobody has worked and established any correlation? So I think we need to be a bit careful with our statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you need more work, more literature work, and then before you come up with some conclusions. Thank you very much. A hand of applause for him. Thank you. Next is Igodalo. Igolo, are you there? Your time is running now. You are still struggling to come out. You are not ready. Do we take the next person? Okay. Yes. They know now, we have indicated. We have called them earlier. In that order, once, because we are following the order in the brochure, we are ticked. I don't know what else to do. You were there when people, we called the people.
If it's not loaded, let's take the next.
Is it loaded?
I've given to them.
Okay. Okay, we have out of the ones who indicated presence. This Igadolo is number 3rd. Igrapata, number 4. Ajif Sefe, number 5. Osisanya, number 6. Sonny Nichimbia and Richmond. The next, followed by Azubike Joma. Then followed by Omar Afebwa. Then followed by Nuruddin TZ. Followed by Benjamin Shaibu. Followed by Sani Usman. Followed by Benjamin Shaibu again. And followed by Micah Adamu. So is it there now? Okay, thank you. Just follow the brochure. We are following the brochure in that order.
All right, good morning, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols, my name is Ikere Powejoy. I'll be talking on integrated 3D electrical resistivity topography and physiochemical analysis for mining subsurface crude oil plumes in Alator community, Niger Delta, Nigeria. Okay, next slide. All right. Well, oil spillage potentially release millions of barrels of crude oil into for a long while. Okay, contaminates and groundwater. Now, our shallow waters in they are being contaminated by eruption of pipelines, illegal bunkering, and operational discharge. Now, the TPH, the big test, and the PHS are heavy metals from crude oil are highly mobile in sandy aquifer and all these can cause contamination. Next slide, please. Next, let me not bore you with that. Now, this is the study area. Next. Now, the theory is based on Ohm's law. Next, please. Next. Okay, this is the result from our VES and the various interpretation from the VES survey. We have our also the curve types there too. I didn't really bring them up because of the presentation, so that it will not be too bulky. Next, this is also part of our results, the 2D ERT and details. Next, please just go to, okay, hold on, go back. Okay, these are our physiochemical analysis from our groundwater. The next, Oga. Please go to conclusion, I beg. Okay. Now, this study, I don't want to bore your time now. Now, this study presents an integrated multi-scale approach to characterize crude oil contamination of groundwater in an Alator community in Niger Delta. Now, the three-dimensional ERT, it reveals a large, irregular shape, high resistivity core that is less than 700 ohm meter, between 0 to 10 meter depth, interpreted by LNAPL at the capillary fringe of the Bini Formation Aquifer. Now, 10 VES stations, they provided essential 1D control, identified 2 to 5 layers formation. Then the VES 3 recorded the highest layer, that is the resistivity between 8.4 and 842.6 ohm meter, followed by VES 7, 10, 2, and 4, marking the most contaminated sites from the studies. Now, the physiochemical analysis, they confirm several contamination with the soil TPH reaching 15,200 and the groundwater TPH too, the value is there, and the heavy metals too, they were evaluated. Now, the strong correlation between resistivity and the chemical data validates the use of apparent resistivity as a predictive indicator for contamination. While the cause effect, the VES suits preliminary 1D screening, then the ERT delivers superior 3D resolution of the plume volume. Then combined with the physiochemical data, the three methods enable precise polarization of the remediation strategy, which include evaluation of the source zone, the treatment of the transition zone, and approach.
5 more minutes.
Okay, and appropriate treatment of the contaminated aquifer. So the next slide is my references, and that is all. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, I think it's good to have kept within the limits of the time, but I want to ask you a few questions. What suite of equipment was applied? Because I saw your ERT diagram.
We use Aben parameter.
Yeah, you didn't mention it.
I'm so sorry
Aben
about
will
that.
not like it. Then
Noted.
What's the software you use for the analysis of the ERT? Okay. Not to worry. The idea is this: you are looking at a pollution or a polluted environment.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask another question: what remediation did you recommend, and what remediation has happened in that area?
So I stated it there that evacuation of the source, then treatment. They've done not too much, though they've done some more.
Okay, all right.
Not
Please,
too much to
let me
understand.
recommend, please, House, please. This is an environmental thing, and you're talking about the Niger Delta. We live there, and we know what is happening there. If you spot a degradation of the environment or something like that, and you have done such a beautiful work, it's good to know, and it's good to recommend. I mean, there are members here who can see what you have done, and then probably facilitate remediation, or even bringing this thing to the fore so that authorities can get to know that there are things like this happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
just be
Noted,
more
sir.
prepared.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay, Prof. Give to Professor Yelabe. Who is the person passing the microphone?
Thank you very much for your presentation. But I was wondering how you are the resolution from your VS and the 2D RT. That's number one. Number two, I'm not sure whether you checked the RMS value of your inverted section, because your 2D section seems to be more of noise than the signal. Did you check those things?
With this, sir, but I'll still look into it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next presenter, please. Egra Pata. Fidelia, are you there? Are you presenting? Okay. Start.
Good morning, sirs. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Oshisanya Olajuwon. On behalf of my co-authors, I'll be presenting a paper titled, please display this slide, please.
Technical.
Okay, electrical investigation of groundwater. Electrical investigation of groundwater potential and aquifer configuration in marshy environment. A case study of Ipori, Halaka, Lagos State. Next slide. I'll be taking us through the following presentation line from introduction to recommendation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Well, we see access to portable and sustainable water supply is fundamental prerequisite for survival of human, animal, and plants, And we can see that surface geophysical survey has been used over time for investigation of groundwater establishment. And we also see that the geological resistivity survey are often used to search for groundwater in both porous and fissile media. Please, next slide. Here is the base map of the study area. Within the study area, about 4 profiles of Wenner array were taken, and then 15 vertical electrical sounding were taken. There's the geology map of the study area. Please, next slide. Now, here's the aim and objectives. So the study is aimed at investigating, please, is aimed at investigating groundwater potential in the subsurface using electrical resistivity method at the study area. And then the objectives are to determine geoelectric parameters such as resistivity, depth, where the groundwater could be tapped in the subsurface, and also to generate the lateral and vertical extent of the subsurface information from the 2D electrical resistivity, as well as to generate the geoelectric section within the study area, and lastly to recommend the depth where groundwaters could be tapped via borehole drilling without drying up during rainy and dry season. Next slide. Just as I earlier said, 15 vertical electrical sounding were taken, as well as a 4 Wenner profile, and also we see that there was a geodetic system, that's the coordinates were taken using GPS, and also the thermometer instrument was used to acquire the VES data. Different software was used to interpret the 2D resistivity values, and then the results, the VES curve were processed using a manual curve machine as well as WinDRESS software. Next slide. Results and discussion. Next slide. Here is the summary of the vertical electrical sounding for the 15 VES points. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, these are the results. Now, here is on the 2D profile. The first 2D profile, we see about 4 vertical electrical sounding were taken on the first 2D profile, which ranges from about 2 ohms meter to 85 ohms meter. And we see that the survey investigated the maximum lateral spread of 200 meter and a 50 meter depth with a model profile extending to about 180. And from there, we see that because we have the highest value of 85 ohms meter, this particular profile is much of clay. We have a clay extensively distributed across the profile from the next surface to about 50 ohms meter. So the second, yes, please, next slide, please, next slide. So here, go to the previous slide. The previous slide, thank you. Okay, next slide. No, next slide. Okay, so well, yeah, in this profile, verse 10 to verse 15 were taken, and we see that the subsurface and were taken on along the profile, and from the Wenner is Wenner's a signature, Wenner array signature. We see that the subsurface it also shows that the lithologic unit there comprises of the sandy clay sand and sand, and we can see also that the distinctive clay zone across the study area is between 20 to 50 depth, particularly from 75 to 130 lateral distance, with respective value of 10 to 21 ohms per meter. Next slide. So in this Wenner array, we can see also that the subsurface above 10 meters is characterized by clay and sandy clay with respective value of 8.2 to 48 ohms per meter. And also we can also see that the distinct clay sandstone occur between 25 to 15 meter. That's the clay formation within the study area there from the 2D, and also particularly from 50 to 120 ohms per meter. Please, next slide. Please. Okay, next slide. No, next slide. Please, next slide. Now, here is the geoelectric. No, please go to the first one. Here is the geoelectric section that were generated, and that's verse 1 to verse 4. And we can see there, we could see the lithologic variations within the study area, and from there we can see that from the legend we have the aquiferous unit there is a sand, and we can in this particular series of geoelectric section we have the sand unit at only verse 5, which is the fifth layer, and that's the only verse point that has the aquiferous unit. Others are intercalation of clay, sand, sandy clay, and clay. Please, next slide. Likewise, also in this series of geoelectric section or columnar section, we have in verse 5 and verse 6 as the fifth layer also of sand units. So while others are clay and clay, sand, and coal. So we have the verse 5 and 6 are the aquiferous zone at the depth at the fifth layer. Please, next slide. So while in this slide, in this slide, there's no evidence of any aquiferous units there because it's more of clay and clay, sand, and coal. Please, next slide. So correlation of geoelectric, geophysical interpretation of verse and 2D image. We see that the geoelectric section across all the profiles have been interpreted. So the first zone extending to about 1.5 depth is interpreted as sandy clay with relative value of 30.7 to 122 meters. So we also see that the third zone occurring between 16 to 30 meters is predominantly clay with relative value of 1.9 to 28.7 ohms meter, which is in good agreement with the 2D. And lastly, beyond 30 meter depth, we have the aquiferous unit zone being found. Lastly, next slide, please. So in conclusion, we can see there that the aquiferous zone, which is the sand layer, has been found. It varies from 106 to 444 ohms meter, with depth of aquifer ranging from approximately 26 to 40 ohms meter, indicating promising groundwater potential. And we can see also that the 2D resistivity structure with resistivity value of 3 to 263 ohms meter provided complementary lateral and vertical subsurface information and support the verse interpretation. Thanks for listening. Okay. And the recommendation there is that verse 0.5, 9, and 12 are actually good for groundwater exploitation within the study area. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I think I heard you said clay, most aquiferous.
Not clay, it's sand.
Okay.
It's sand formation.
Okay, so your comments, please. Coming to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, can we go to your study area? Map of the study area.
Okay, please go to the location map
of the study area. Location map. You are looking for groundwater, and you seem to, what you said was to use Wena. Yeah, go.
Base map.
Wena configuration.
Go to the base map, please.
Base map.
Go back now.
Yes, that's what he said.
Keep going back. Go back. Yes, go back again. Yes.
Okay. Now, the way you try to describe this between your Wena and Slumboja, which one did you actually use? Is it Slumboja or Wena? And why?
The two of them are integrated geophysical techniques.
Which one do you first use?
Wena Slumboja Harry. Wena Harry, pardon. I'm sorry, sir. Wena Harry, sorry.
You know, I know that you can use
integrate them.
Yeah, there's an integrated form of Wena Slumboja.
Yes, sir.
But what you told us
is Wena and then Slumboja. We firstly used Wena, they now carried out Slumboja on it.
But if you use Wena first,
okay, sir.
Do you think there was need for you to have used those number of verse points?
Well,
or it was just for the purpose of research.
Their depth Wena, you have to probe deeper. Vertical electrical sounding is needed because it probes deeper than Wena. So that's the.
Okay. Next, please give to him there.
And also to determine the particular layers, because Wena will not give us layer, but it's the VS that will actually give us the layer at which those things can be.
Yeah, I think you are confusing the method with the array. So that is the issue. You use WENA for the 2D.
WENA is 2D. Why
WENA
VS
is not
is
2D.
Okay. You mean it?
That's what you are doing. You are confusing array with method. WENA is not 2D. WENA is an array that you can use for 1D or 2D.
Okay.
You need to note that, please. So you can use WENA, you can use Schlumberger, you can use dipole, pole dipole, all those array. You can use it for whether VES or 2D ERT. You understand? So when you say WENA, WENA does not mean 2D. WENA can be used because it is easier for 2D. And use your Schlumberger for VES because it is easier. You can use WENA for VES. You understand? You can use dipole, dipole, pole dipole for VES. And you can use it for 2D.
Okay,
So WENA is not 2D.
Okay, thank you. I'm hearing for the first time, so
Okay,
I'm learning.
So
So-
I know a lot of people
Yes.
actually confuse that. So that's why we
I
are
think-
here. So now my own question is, you recommended some VES point for your groundwater for the aquifer. What was the total spread of your Schlumberger array?
200 meters.
What?
200 meters.
200. You mean AB over,
Over
2,
two.
200?
Yes.
Or AB 200?
AB over 200.
So that means your spread
Yes.
200 here, 200. Okay.
No,
Okay.
no,
So what I'm saying is that there is possibility that those areas that you do not even recommend, because you did not probe deeper, there could also be sound underneath.
Okay, well, yes, that's why the recommendation, under the recommendation, it was recommended that there should be a deeper probe to know the limit of the sand unit, because the sand units were found at the last depth, but we could not determine the extent of the thickness.
Okay, then lastly, you said you did aquifer configuration. What do you mean by aquifer configuration?
Okay, aquifer configuration.
Look at your topic.
Okay, well, yes, I'm presenting on behalf of someone, but all the same, I can still defend it. Yes, it's just to map his way of mapping the aquifer within the study area for groundwater exploitation.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Does it have? Okay.
Mine is just a comment because if I ask you a question, there will be trouble. But please, when you get back, go and look at your data very well. Number two is that, did you consider the elevation when you are doing your inversion? Because session that most of your near surface is of low resistivity. On your VES, it's not exactly the same. So the elevation may affect your data in session. Number two is that when doing manual 2D, because this is manual 2D, when doing manual 2D, when you are entering your data into DPRO, you must be sure of where your the center of the array. It is very important. If it does not match your action point, you are going to misinterpret your data. And that's what I see in your 2D session.
Pardon, sir, I didn't get it clear, sir.
Okay, maybe after this you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, sorry, please, Prof. Are you through with your? Okay, go ahead. Okay. You said Iponri Alaka. Is it close to the Iponri where you have the Lagos State Water Corporation in Lagos? Yeah, I don't know because I'm confusing Iponri. I know Iponri, but I don't know whether Alaka is away from the Gomu area. Is it?
Okay.
I wouldn't know because the map is such a scale that I can't pinpoint the area.
Okay, actually, I have not visited the site. I'm presenting on behalf.
Great. Okay, let me make my point then. Now, the area around Iponri, the Iponri I know, which is where you have the Lagos State Water Corporation, just by Igomu there, around where you have the National Theatre. The same swamp thing. And it tends to, his VES sections tend to lend credence to the production there. The Nigerian breweries, Heineken wells, yeah, they have about 5 wells there, which we've maintained for a number of years. And we know that most of these wells are producing around 120,000 liters per hour. Oh yes, continuously. And they are producing that from about 180 to 214, 250 meters. So that tends to show in the VES, because I saw the sand there, even though it was the upper section of this aquifer we're talking about. That is, if it is the same Igomu area, you know, the marshy area there. Oh, he didn't, he didn't get, but the section he has, you know, there was still some sand above it. So what I am saying, I am trying to say, yes, he said information about prolific nature of the aquifer obtained from his VES around those depths seem to tally with the production history of the wells that they have within the Igomu area. That's why I wanted to know the locality, because Ikponri Alaka, I don't know, but I know Ikponri of the LSPDC, the Lagos Water Corporation, and Heineken Nigerian Breweries thing. So I think that's my observation.
Thank you so much. A hand of applause to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
The next is Ajit Safe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yemisi Ajishafe from Ekiti State University, Ado Ekiti. I'm here to present a paper titled 3D Seismic Stratigraphy and Reservoir Characterization of Obeka Field Offshore Niger Delta. In the course of my presentation, I will follow this order from scientific background to conclusion. Next slide, please. Scientific background. For seismic stratigraphy is approach of geology to interpret seismic data stratigraphically. Seismic stratigraphy can be divided into one, analysis of sequence. That is, you want to separate time depositional units from unconformity or changes in seismic data. Then analysis of seismic facies by examining or determining the depositional environment from seismic reflection event. And then analysis of reflection character, that you want to examine the reflection, the lateral variation in a reflection event or series of events, which you can use to characterize the reservoir. Next. Then, in order to characterize the reservoir and to be successful in that, you need seismic sequence stratigraphy vis-a-vis seismic stratigraphy. So reservoir characterization is the process of marking all the petrophysical parameter of reservoir. And then in doing that, one of the problem or critical step in offshore environment or for reservoir characterization is that you need to identify stratigraphy fixtures that are very realistic and very probable for the reservoir characterization. Next slide. So the study area. The study area, you can see it in figure 1. This geological map of Nigeria showing the study area highlighted in blue rectangle. That's the area that's marked for the survey. And in Niger Delta, the Niger Delta is made up of the stratigraphy units of 3. We start from Akata, Agbada to Benin Formation in ascending order. For Akata Formation, we know it's basically prodetic shale, while the Agbada Formation is the alternate sequence of sandstone and shale of various origin from Dutribrook Channel to the type plane origin. Then Benin Formation from basically massive highly porous freshwater sandstone. So the location of the field is located in deep offshore Niger Delta. When you talk about deep water, you are talking about an reservoir or a field that occur below 500 meter, that occur at 500 meter or more than that below the sea level. So this field was occur at 900 meter to 1,117 kilometer below the sea level, and then it's covered the area of 112 kilometers square, and the 4 wells were drilled. Next slide, please. The aim of this is to determine the sequence stratigraphy framework for the study area in order to use it to characterize the reservoir. Then follow up to achieve this aim, all these objectives will be followed. Establish the chronostratigraphy framework for the study area, classify the lithology and the positional environment of the rock, then integrate the stratigraphy framework getting from well to that gotten from seismic, then the geologic patterns will now be mapped throughout the seismic volume. For methodology, the data set used for this research was gotten from a company, and which comprises a base map of the field, which was shown in the figure 2, then seismic section, that's 3D seismic section, then composite of well log, lithology, basically gamma ray, and porosity logs were given. There were sonic log, density log, porosity log, density log, sonic density and neutron log, sorry. And then resistivity log, deep resistivity to that matter. Then biostratigraphy report of one well was given, which is SW001. For me to achieve the objective set done, I have to follow this. The review of geological and geophysical literature was done. Then data was collected, examined, analyzed, and then was used for that. And then the data was now being interpreted using Petrel software and TechLog. And then afterwards, the Bowstrat, the well log interpretation started with the Bowstrat report, which were able to identify and interpret the key surfaces. And the key surfaces happen to be flooding surfaces, maximum flooding surfaces, and sequence boundaries, as we can see in the little panel. And this is chronostratigraphy interpretation. The chronostratigraphy interpretation shows us that the sand there, from the lithostratigraphy, the sand to shale ratio is 1 to 9%. That is, the sand were of thin, very few, and they were very thin, but the shale were thicker. So that makes us to think that we have a broad marine lithophases in the whole area. And then this is structural interpretation. From the structural interpretation, there's growth faults, reverse faults, collapse crest structure, and then anthetic faults, which acts as a migrating path for the hydrocarbon in the area, and also for the trapping, and part of the trapping apart from the stratigraphy trapping. Next slide. This shows us that the result of sequence stratigraphy, seven third order of sequence seismic stratigraphy were delineated from 1 to 7, and then sequence boundary 6 from 1 to 6, and then the seafloor. This shows us the incorporation of all the seismic section, the well, the sequence stratigraphy, maximum flooding surface, and DH, and telling us how the reflection packages were done from the shallower part to the deeper level. Next slide. From the shallower part, we can see that 2 types of seismic facies were delineated. From the shallower part, we see that the package have a low amplitude with discontinuous seismic and low seismic events. But the deeper parts have what we call a high amplitude, but also discontinuous. And this tells us that what the type of environment that we have is probably a sand-filled channel and levee, which is masked with the shale layers in the study area. Next one. These are the calculated petrophysical parameter for identify reservoir in well FO1 and FOW. In conclusion, I will say a seismic is a record of the positional and structural pattern. It's not necessary, it's not a time transgressive pattern. So from there, if you can interpret our seismic stratigraphically, we'll be able to characterize our reservoir very well and then make a productive well and delineation from our work. 3D, for further work, 3D reservoir modeling should be carried out in order to capture the heterogeneity within the facies. These are my references. Thanks.
Thank you so much for making very good use of your time and covering much. Some questions? Yes, Doc, give to him.
Thank you very much. Can you go to your second slide? No, from the back. Yeah. Okay. From the front. Sorry.
Order of presentation.
The front.
Okay.
Okay, this one here.
Sorry.
Just for knowledge. Look at your third point. What is different between the seismic stratigraphy and sequence stratigraphy? Because I'm confused before I ask my question here.
Seismic stratigraphy and sequence.
You said that seismic stratigraphy is often divided into sub-area. It's confusing.
If you talk about sequence stratigraphy, is determine the time depositional event. It could be from core, it could be from log, and it could be from core and log. But if you talk about seismic stratigraphy, it's a subdivision of sequence stratigraphy, but done on seismic package.
But look at your sentence. Okay, let me just go for a sequence stratigraphy or seismic stratigraphy is when you are using your reflected patterns.
Yes.
And if you look at it, but when you are integrating your core, your log, you become a sequence stratigraphy.
Okay.
Okay? It's confusing, just for the future. Can you go to your correction panel, please?
Okay.
No, this one. Which depot bed are you working on in Niger Delta? I just want to find out. Okay, let's go to correction
I've forgotten,
panel.
but it's deep
Let's go to
offshore.
correction panel. Let's go to move forward. Yes. Yes. Which environment are you working on? All this time you are saying, what is the environment of deposition?
Environment of deposition, it shows that it's low energy environment.
I want to know
That
maybe
is
it's a
deficiency
fluvial
of
environment. Is it
oxygen.
a fluvial environment? Is it a shallow marine? All those. That's
It's
what I want.
submarine environment. I'm working on top of that.
That's deep water.
Yes, sir. Submarine fan.
Okay. Next time when you want to do correction, at least two is very. I want to see your condensation. You flatten it. Because the reason why I accept to you now is that because you say that you are working on in deep water. Because if you look at the distance between that well, is about 1.2 kilometers.
Yes, sir.
So that supposing you are working in shallow marine, I will tell you that your sand cannot correlate. Because you can only do that in a deep water as a doctor, because when you are talking about inside valley. But any fluvial environment, less than 1 kilometer is not viable. So that's the reason why I want your condensation to flatten it for me, to know it in time and in space. Please, can you go to your seismic? Because your seismic, go for there. Yeah, this one, based on your topic title, it says seismic stratigraphy. I want to see what are the reasons why you call this field as a sequence boundary. or what do you normally see in seismic line to say that this is your sequence boundary? And you not only sequence boundary, I cannot see your maximum flood also your surface there.
Okay, yeah, from the well, when we start the interpretation, sequence boundary is corresponded to sanding, the top. Yes, the
No.
top of the sand.
No.
Of the sand.
No. You have your sonic, you have your neutron, you
Okay.
have your density, you have to
No, gamma ray. The gamma ray is at the top, but have to be at the top of the shelling, how do I call it? Shelling lithology or rock
what is the
stratigraphy.
usefulness
Then
of your sequence? What is the usefulness of your Barsagraphy report here?
the usefulness
Yes, I can't
of
see report, Barsagraphy report.
the usefulness of spell stratigraphy report is to get the marker, all these were given as the reports. So from the report you can get that, okay, this is my condensed section, which will correspond to maximum flooding surface, and then the sanding lithology will be at the base, will correspond to sequence boundary. Then from there, you'll be able to determine, okay, the sand package, and then from there, I can correlate it when I do the seismic to well times.
On your seismic now, can I see any any incision there?
Yes, sir.
Or truncation, yeah.
They are there. I don't have pointer to draw your attention to them. If you go to that my semantic diagram that incorporated them, you can see the difference between the packages and how the reflection character were described.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe after this presentation, let us see.
All right, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. A hand of applause for her. Your work. Thank you. Let's present Osisanya. Are you there, Osisanya? Another person.
Please go to the slide. Okay.
Yes, let's start.
Standing on the hesitating protocol, my name is Osisanya Olajuwon. Please, the first slide. I'm here to present a paper titled Integrated Geophysical, Geochemical, and Geological Method to Investigation of Groundwater Contamination, a case study of Osubi and its environment, southern Nigeria. Please, next slide. I'll be taking us through the following presentation slide from introduction to references. Next slide. So we see that just as we know that groundwater is a major source of fresh water for global population and can be used for domestic, agricultural, and industrial purposes. And just as we also know that water is a universal solvent that no man can do without, especially for drinking purpose. Over time, several researchers have used electrical resistivity method and to carry out groundwater environmental purpose and also groundwater establishment. Next slide. Here's the geology map of the study area. The study area is at and also the base map of the study area is at Osubi in Delta State and also its environment, while a Fupri campus was used as a control point. Next slide. We see that this particular study actually came to be that I discovered a senior pastor. I noticed that he stays at Osubi where we have the airport, and he often go as far as Deko. Deko is about several kilometers to Osubi to fetch water because I see him whenever we have service there. So one of the days I just tried to assist him. I said, why are you putting kegs in your car to fetch water to your house? So he said the water in his house is not, in his compound is not okay. So as a concerned geophysicist, I told him, okay, I'll come and I'll help him to check the house. So when I got to the place, please, next slide. This is compound. I noticed that the water indeed the water in this compound is very brownish. That's the filter water. So in an attempt to know further, is it limited to his compound only or other nearby compound? Next slide, please. I also check other nearby compound. I said, wow, this is quite surprising. Well, so that gave us to the aims and objectives of the study. This study is aimed at conducting integrated geophysical and geochemical method for assessment of groundwater and aquifer volumetricity. And the specific objective are to conduct a survey of the study area using structured questionnaire to sample public opinion, determine hydraulic S from sampled ANDOG wells in the area for generation of groundwater flow maps and topography map to delineate the hydraulic gradient and migration pathway, and also to perform detailed integrated geophysical investigation of 1D, 2D, and 3D, as well as the 2D seismic refraction, and also evaluate overboarding protected capacity and groundwater potential in the study area, and then soil, water, and subwater sample also to be analyzed in the lab, and lastly to validate through drilling as a means of ground truthing. Next slide. Well, a total of 40 vertical hectare sounding was taken in the area, and the results were further used to analyze some aquifer vulnerability indices like longitudinal conductance, aquifer vulnerability index, geoelectric layer susceptibility, God index, and also within the study area, when a Slomadia array was adopted, about 22 vertical hectare sounding were carried out within the study area to also know up the lateral and vertical depth of the contamination. And also, they were now about 11 of each of them were used to generate the 3D. And lastly, a low resistivity value of less than 50 ohms meter depicts contamination zone, according to Ugu et al. 2016 and Ugbo et al. 2021. Next slide. Here is the workflow of the study area. Next slide. Next slide. So, about 50 ANDOG wells were sampled in order to generate the groundwater flow direction in the study area. Next slide. These are the results of this ANDOG wells, and this is the topography of map of the study area. Is an undulating terrain. Now, groundwater modeling software was used to model the results, and we see that just as we know that water flow from the region of high hydraulic L's to the region of low hydraulic L's, so we identify that the southeastern part of the study area actually has low hydraulic L's, and that's is expected to have much contamination, and that's the area that were recommended for anthropogenic activities in the study area. And then it was equally used to also 3D of groundwater flow directions also were generated, and we noticed that the groundwater flow were uniform in the area. So in the study area, 40 vertical hectare sounding were taken, and 15 of which were taken in a PTI skill acquisition because that place is very wide, and about 25 of them were also taken outside the place. Next slide. So these are the results of the vertical hectare sounding that were taken, and these are the calculation of the aquifer vulnerability that were taken. So here is the longitudinal conductance that was taken, and longitudinal conductance actually helps us to know the aquifer protective capacity. But the blue correlation shows that the area is characterized majorly with poor aquifer protective capacity. About over 70% of it were showing poor, and also the one taken in the PTI scale also show poor. Next slide. The same thing with aquifer vulnerability index is also showing that the protective capacity is extremely high.
5 minutes.
Please, next slide. So the GLSI also said the same thing. Likewise, the God index also the same thing. Next slide. So also here is the dancer parameter that was generated from the study area, which is also in line with other parameters. Next slide, please. So here is the 2D seismic that was taken. Please, next slide. So the 2D were taken in terms of we use seismic refraction as a recurrent survey, and it's also showing within the 3D study area, and we notice that the place is also showing that the place is also of poor or is prone to contamination, and also 2D were furtherly taken also. Please, next slide. 2D using Wenas Nomadia array were taken there, and in one of the streets we noticed that the topsoil were showing high level, very low resistivity value. But by the time we found out, we noticed that place was the place was a sand field, so showing that that place is either the sand that was used to feed the place was contaminated. But at other streets, we noticed some level of contamination within the subsurface. Next slide, please. So the place that was used as control point, next slide, this evidence of contamination, but within the subsurface. The place that was used as control point, no evidence of contamination. That's the Fupri campus. So please, next slide. So next slide, please. So within the 3D, the place that we acquired the 3D, Having in mind the lowest resistivity value is over 100 ohms meter, both for the vertical slide and the depth slide. None of them has any evidence of contamination. Next slide. So these are the 3D that was generated, no evidence of contamination within that particular area. We slice it and no evidence of contamination. Next slide, please. So please, next slide. Next slide. These are the results of the geochemical. Hold on, please. Yeah, I think for the next 6 slides that we shown, the southeastern part is where we have the red correlation is a high legend showing heavy metal contamination. So, and that's the area we have the airports and also the PTI skills. And that place is densely populated in the study area. So that the heavy metal contamination there is very high. Next slide. Next slide. For zinc, for manganese. Next slide. For nickels, for iron, for cadmium, the same region. Next slide. Oh, please, next slide. For the water sample, it's also showing that the water sample results tells us that the source of contamination there is both geogenic, that's geology, and equally anthropogenic. Next slide. So the ground truthing. So about 5 wells.
2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir.
2 more minutes.
Please. So at about not now to help them to delineate the point of groundwater establishment there. So 5 balls were drilled, and please next slide. So and then we could see that the zone of aquifer in the study area is quartz sand, medium to quartz sand, and it was delineated in the ball 3 to be ball 5 to be from 120 to 140 this traverse, and from 130 to 150. Next slide, please. So this is the geologic correlation that was done in the area. We actually had them to map the area at which the play that are actually safe for groundwater exploitation. So now the conclusion, we see that the outcome of that, the multi-criteria indices actually show that the place is highly vulnerable, and the results also of the geochemical shows that contamination is both geogenic and anthropogenic. Electrical resistivity, seismic, and borehole data confirm moderate to high groundwater potential within 120 to 240 portable groundwater exploitation. These are my references. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. Can we have comments and questions? Yes, someone at the back.
My name's Ado Umar Farouk. I'm from Petroleum Training Institute, EFRU. So my attention while mentioning PTI skill acquisition.
Yes, sir.
That place is called Fire Academy.
Fire Academy. Yes, no, we have the fire academics and we have the safety. It was the safety, the second side we used.
Okay. So I can see you have done a lot of work.
Okay.
And for the purposes of this presentation, I think you were supposed to at least split this your work into about 4 or 5 different articles, because I can vividly see it's a thesis that you brought forward. That is why maybe time is against you. I can see a figure level, figure 58. and thereafter I saw figure 20 something. Thereafter I saw figure 40 something. So mine is just a comment. Try, sit down, look at your objectives. Based on the objectives, you can bring out at least 4 or 5 papers that can be published in reputable journals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. One question, the geogenic sources.
Yes,
you
sir.
said the contaminants are both geogenic and anthropogenic. What are the possible geogenic sources? Where is this also be located?
It's in Delta State. Delta State at Warri.
So what will be the geogenic sources now for those contaminants?
I think it's more of a...
What were you thinking about when you say?
I mean, it's geology formation within the study.
What are they just?
Ferrogenous sandstone.
You
No, ferrogenous from the results is like the...
What were those heavy metals? Can you show us again?
Okay, please. Go to... Scroll back, please.
Anyway, but it's very important that you understand the geology.
Yes, sir.
Very well before, before you talk about the thing being geogenic. Otherwise, if you're having I thought I saw manganese,
high levels of manganese. I thought I also saw, did I see cadmium? Did you see? So you think what are the possible geogenic sources from which this could
iron
come?
content.
Eh?
Iron.
Iron of
It has ferrogenized sandstone. It has undergone.
No,
it has undergone.
how much iron will sandstone accumulate that will bring all those things? So
you
need, if you don't have mineralization in those areas, it may not be possible. And then another thing you have to check is your method of analysis.
Okay, sir.
How accurate are your analysis? Which library do you use? Because they may be feeding you with wrong data, and you are going about with it. You make sure you use standard labs in doing this type of analysis.
Actually, it's carried
Otherwise,
out.
you should be able to justify the geogenic source or sources of those things.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You know, when you have heavy metals, or when you are reporting heavy metals in an area that is, the Osubi area is where you have the Warrior Airport.
Yes, sir.
So if you are reporting things like this, it's important to be sure what you are talking about, because I don't think government will, and of course, yes, they have an airport. If they have runoffs from those areas, it could contribute, but not to the volumes or the quantities you are reporting. So I'm afraid, you know, because if there are sources and there are heavy metals coming from the sources, I think you can relate those two. And of course, the authorities will be very, very happy to know, because it's an area that is that they have an airport, and I know that there are some built-up areas within there, not really city level, but it's a built-up area. So it's important, you know, because what are we studying, and what are the results of what we are studying? Because some of us come here to learn and to be able to develop, and of course to feature some of these things that I can call problems, you know, to government agencies that should be able to provide remediation or solutions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. A hand of applause to him. Thank you. Let's take another one. Next presenter, I think the next will be A08. Azubike Ijoma. Is it there? Is the person there? Azubike Ijoma. Absent, but it was marked before. No, that one said it not. It's not. Then Omar Afebua. Omar Afebua. And start.
Okay, the slides. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Umar Afegwa, and I will be giving a talk. This is not my presentation.
This is not the one. C02. But they loaded. No, it should be ready. It says he gave them. Yes. Can you find it? Otherwise, we'll take the next one. You come for now?
Then look for Olubumi Omotola. Olubumi, Ayebo. COs. Okay, so they will not be here today. So, but you remind them. So that's Olubumi now. Okay, good. You can start. Thank you.
My name is Olubumi Omotola, and the topic I'll be presenting is sustainability in a crystalline rock landfill environment of Akure, Ondo State, Nigeria. The next slide, please. The presentation will take from introduction down to references. Next slide. Groundwater is the largest readily accessible source of groundwater, of fresh water on the earth, and it is indispensable. It has to be sustained. And globally, half of the world used groundwater. And 40% of such is used for irrigation and also for other natural resources also. And all this water has to be sustained. Land reclination remains a particular significant socioeconomic benefit by transforming our landscape into a productive urban space. And it has also to be sustained because those areas have already been used for landfill before. It can now be reclaimed and used for urban purpose. The case study is a reclaimed landfill crystalline environment that is a basement complex region. And the aim is to present an integrated assessment of groundwater sustainability beneath a reclaimed landfill environment using complementary electromagnetic, electrical resistivity, and hydrochemical techniques. The objective is to characterize the subsurface hydrogeological architecture, to delineate the weathered and the fractured aquifer system, to evaluate the aquifer protective capacity and the groundwater potential through derived geoelectric parameters, and also to determine the microbiological quality and domestic sustainability for groundwater within the study area. This is the sketch map of the study area showing the different points that we used. We have two major rock types in that area, which is the migmatite gneiss that will weather into sand and charnockite that will weather into clay. These are the methods adopted. We use electrical resistivity using vertical electrical sounding of 20 verse sounds. We also used electromagnetic survey where we used 9 transverses. And also we used lateral resistivity profiling using the Wenner array, which we also established 9 transverses. Then we also collected 6 water samples from existing water wells. Analysis of the results. The first shows the lateral resistivity profiles. And based on this diagram, the profile 1 shows a particular anomaly at a distance of 35 meters, showing a structural discontinuity. Now, those 2 rock types, we see them as outcrops. They were seen as outcrops in the surface area. That is, we were able to see the migmatite gneiss, and we also were able to see the charnockite. So that particular area shows a structural discontinuity that could be a fault or a fracture. And also, please go back to the sides, to the other slide. Profile 2, 3, and 4 shows by the time you look at the 3 profiles, you'll see that there's a sharp change when we get to that structural discontinuity there. That is, for the other side, we have the migmatite gneiss, those with the higher lateral, what's called now, the resistivity values, and the other side shows where we have the charnockite, where there's a slight decrease in the resistivity value. The next slide, please. For profile 5 and 6, we also see a kind of change also, that is in the resistivity values. The higher values are the areas where we have the migmatite gneiss, and the other side is where we have the lateral, the Chanukite. And the vertical red lines we are seeing there shows where we have the change in the resistivity values when we are moving from one rock type to the other rock type. Then also please go back. For verse profile 7, there's not, it has a uniform value in the resistivity value. That is, there's no reasonable change. Then in 7 and 8, in 8 and 9, we have very low values. That is, values ranging between 12 to 70 ohm meter. And basically, those areas are areas where we have the Chanukite. That is, areas where we have weathered, the rock type will weather into clay, regolith for the area. The next slide, please. These are the electromagnetic profiles that we took. The areas where we have the peak values are the areas where we have the clay weathered materials, which can also indicate fractured bedrock. That is the higher anomalies that we are having in the profile. Now, for this EM profile, we have the vertical dipole and the horizontal dipole conductivity results, and we also have the in-phase for the HP, that is the horizontal dipole and the vertical dipole conductivity result. For the profile 1, the profile 1 shows high values.
5 more minutes.
Okay,
5 more
sir.
minutes.
High values that is the peak at the areas where we have the weather clay material and the fractured bedrock. But for the in-phase, there's not much changes, except for negative anomalies at some distances of maybe 20 and 60. Then for profile 2, we also have variation in the anomaly as well. That is, for the eye, we have some eye anomaly peaks at distance 60 and also at distance 100 meter. While for the in-phase, we don't have it's a uniform value except for some negative anomaly. The next profile, please. The next slide. Now for profile 3, we don't really have much differences in the value, that is in the result for the conductivity results. But for the in-phase, we can see at a distance of probably 20 meter, the two values have a kind of negative result, which could indicate a structural discontinuity. Then for profile 4, we have low to moderate conductivity values. And those areas could be, areas where we have moderate conductivity value could depict areas where we have our sand, that is the migmatite night result. The next slide, please. Now for profile 5, we have variable values in the conductivity result. That is, we have a lot of high profile results, high anomaly in the results. And also these areas are areas where we have high variable conductivity responses. While for the in-phase profile, we don't have much changes except for the negative profile results in profile at a distance of about 280 meter. For profile 6, we have moderate weathering of the subsurface materials. That is, the result is not too high like the others we had the other time. And also for the in-phase, we also have variable results. Next profile. Next slide. Now, no, please go back to the other one. Thank you. Now, for this particular profile, we have sharp results, that is sharp variable values for the horizontal dipole and also a negative result for the vertical dipole. While for profile 8, we have very high values in the horizontal, that is, the horizontal dipole is showing the near surface responses, while the vertical dipole is showing the deeper surface responses at a depth of 6 meters, while the horizontal is showing at a depth of 3 meters. Next slide. And also for the result for the profile 9, it also has changes moving from a very low value to a very high value for the result. Now for the very best results, we have 6.
2 minutes more.
We have HA and HA, that is the different cup types that we have. And normally the H cup types, which is having the higher result, are areas where we have weathered results, which is our area of interest. Next slide. These are the results for the VERSE. Now for the ISO resistivity map, we divide into 3 regions: high, low, and medium.
For the areas with high profile, that is high resistivity value, those are the areas of the migmatite gneiss, which is area of interest for groundwater potential, that is for the sustainability. And also for the ISOPAC map, the area where we have very thick weathered layer, which is area where we have very high value, is also our area of interest, which is at the southern end of the map. The next, also for the transverse resistant map, areas where we have very high values, which are in patches, and also the medium size are areas where we have responses to groundwater potential in those areas. And for the transmissivity map, we have almost similar results for both the transverse resistant and the transmissivity map. Areas where we have very high values for the responses are areas of our interest for groundwater potential, and also where we have moderate response for the groundwater potential. The next slide, please. Then for the hydraulic conductivity map, areas where we have ease to which groundwater can flow, which are areas where we have high values, are also the areas of our interest for groundwater potential. Then for the longitudinal conductance.
Round off, because you almost finished the time. Round off, continue.
Okay, sir. Then for the coefficient of anisotropy, areas where we have very high value, low value for the high density fractures, which is the area for very low values for the coefficient of anisotropy, is our area where we have groundwater potential and sustainability for the area. Then we also have the HP and HP in-phase results. Now, basically those areas, the map shows that the area is divided, that is, the map shows a division of two, mostly divided into two regions, where we have the migmatite gneiss and where you also have the charnockite. The next slide, please. And also, this is also showing for the vertical conductivity map, where showing almost two divisions, also showing areas where we have the migmatite gneiss and also the charnockite. These are the hydraulic head, and these are the water sample. The water sample shows generally that some areas within the area are having high contamination of microbial activity. That is, the water there is not conducive for drinking. And this could be basically as a result of the fact that that area has also been used for landfill before it was now used as reclaimed for housing in the area. So in conclusion, weathering of those areas, that is where we have the migmatite gneiss, are areas where it can be established for contact zone. As a result of the contact zone of the two rock type, it has influenced and enhanced groundwater potential in that area, and also has sustained the water also in the area. And the hydraulic conductivity and other parameters that has been considered has been used in carrying out to indicate the prospect for groundwater potential. And it is also recommended that siting of borehole go to deeper wells in support of groundwater sustainability and availability in the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, though you ate into our time. I maybe have one basic thing. This year, charnockite. I'm worried about it and the soil that he gave. Do you know what charnockite is? Could it be that they're referring to amphibolite? That most likely to, because you know charnockite is just more granite, hyperstone granite. So to have quartz, essentially weather as into sand, So we may have to be sure about that. The name, whether it's amphibolite that referring to. I think I just pointed out. Yes, yes, come with it. Yes.
Both migmatite gneiss and charnockites, we weather into what we call well-graded soils, sandy silty clays. So you cannot just say this weather to sand, this weather to sand. It's sandy silty clays. The soils are generally well graded. Are you there? Thank you. And you did not manage your time very well. You see, I thought you would tell us the fracture horizons where we can have promising groundwater. Okay, maybe from so meter to so meter, something like that. And again, you are talking about
Generally, areas where we have moderate resistivity values.
you didn't
Because
plan your
the
time very
values
well.
are not too high. They are mostly low values that we have in the area.
I just want to ask you, what EM equipment did you use? EM
31 conductivity meter.
EM, yeah. I mean, if that is the case, I think if you filter all those data, if you filter it,
Yes, sir.
and carry out some contouring, all these results will come out clearly. All these things you are reading from a profile result, you draw a curve and you are reading the result, it's misleading. You can't get, I mean, the way you read, I mean, the way you interpret, just with the profiling things you presented, is different from the way we read it. So if you filter the data, it will come out clear, and then you will be able to pinpoint which one is anomalous and which one you can concentrate on. All right? Are you
Okay,
getting
sir.
what I'm saying?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Because you could be interpreting noise with all these things you are doing.
Okay, I also have one comment, sir. Can I quickly make it?
I beg, sorry. Next presenter, please. Nuruddin. I think it's Nuruddin. Nuruddin, are you there? Huh? Okay. Have you located the Omar Afebwa? Not yet. Nuruddin, come now. So this one is. Lubin had done. Okay. But just this one that we are looking for. I can do it later. Yes, you can start. Thank you. That thing is not working.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on mass movement evaluation and potential of Doko Hill in Bida Basin, Central Nigeria. Next slide, thank you. So, introduction. Mass movement is one of the most important geomorphic processes responsible for modifying landscapes and creating environmental hazards in mountainous and hilly terrains worldwide. It involves the downslope movement of soil, rock, and debris under the influence of gravity and includes processes such as landslides, rock falls, debris flows, and earth flows. So globally, mass movement is highly influenced by the interaction of geological conditions, slope morphology, hydrological factors, weathering intensity, and climatic variability, particularly rainfall patterns. This reference to Donati L 2023 and M.A. et al. At 2025. Please, next slide. So this study aims to evaluate mass movement and potential of Doko Hill through integrated field investigations and laboratory-based geotechnical analysis. These were the two methods that we used. So the findings are expected to contribute to the understanding of slope instability in the Bida Basin and provide a scientific basis for hazard mitigation, environmental management, and sustainable development in similar sedimentary terrains of tropical environments. No, take it back, please. So as we can see, these are the types of materials that we have in the Doko, and these are the type of movements that occurs. So next slide, please. So Doko Hill is located in Doko town in Niger State, north central Nigeria, within the northern Bida Basin, and the study areas lies between latitude 8 degree 55 minutes and 28 seconds north, and 8 degree 58 minutes 41 seconds north, and longitude 5 degree 56 minutes 8 seconds east, and 5 degree 57 minutes 33 east. So Doko Hill is situated off Bida Patiji Road, approximately 25 kilometers southwest of Bida town, and the area is characterized by a rugged topography consisting of ridges, mesas, escarpments, and isolated hills that rise above the surrounding plants. As you can see in the diagram, Bida Basin, that's the map of its location. Next slide, please. So the study area, just like I mentioned earlier, so the study area investigation and sample collection, we use field investigators were conducted on Doko Hill, located within the Doko member of the Bida Formation, Central Nigeria. And then we have the geological mapping, which was carried out to identify lithological units, geomorphological features, structural discontinuities, and evidence of the mass movement. So the slope angles, orientations, joint sets, and fault structures were measured using standard geological field techniques. So indicators of the mass movement, such as earth flows, okay, no problem. Laboratory analysis, okay, no problem, take it. The methodology, the second methodology, which is the laboratory analysis, is laboratory investigations were done in geology laboratory of the Federal University of Technology, MENA, to determine the geotechnical properties of slope-forming materials. And the tests include particle size distribution, the sieve analysis, natural moisture content, specific graffiti, Atterberg limit, and slacking durability. So the degree and rate of slacking were recorded and used to evaluate the durability of the materials under natural weathering conditions. So the laboratory results were statistically analyzed and integrated with field observations to assess the mass movement potential of Doko Hill. So the result and discussion: geological and structural controls of mass movement. Field mapping shows that Doko Hill is underlain by sedimentary rocks and characterized by steep slopes, extensive weathering, deep gullies, and abundant loose debris derived from the disintegration of the bedrock. Structural measurements indicate that bedding planes dip gently within 8 to 15 degrees toward the southeast, while the principal joint direction and trend approximately east to west, 241 degree to 300 degree. So the observed earth flow deposits suggest that predominant mass movement mechanisms involve the downslope movement of weathered soil and rock fragments under saturated conditions and graffiti. So as you can see in the diagram, grain size distribution and its implicators for slope stability. I mentioned this earlier, the sieve analysis. This is the diagram for the, please, take it back. The diagram for the sieve analysis curve. So the sieve analysis results, according to this table 1, reveal that slope materials are predominantly sandy, with sand content ranging from 51.96% to 78.24% gravel content, between 13 to 12% and 41.74%, and fines content ranging from 2.76% to 16.93%. So the predominance of sand suggests that the materials possesses relatively high permeability and low natural cohesion. So the natural moisture content and mass movement potential of the Doko Hill is natural moisture content values in table 2 varies from 0.89% to 2.38%, with an average value of approximately 1.43%. So these values shows that the slope materials were relatively dry and largely unsaturated at the time of sampling. So specific graffiti and weathering characteristics, specific graffiti values varies from 2.42 to 2.72, with most samples exhibiting values between 2.62 and 2.72. So these values fall within the typical range reported for quartz-rich sedimentary materials and suggest that the parent rocks possess relatively competent mineral constituents. This is reference to Budu 2020. Next slide. So just like I explained, this is the diagram 2, which contains the natural moisture content and the specific gravity and the slacking test result. Next slide, please. So result, Atterberg limit and plasticity characteristic. The Atterberg limit result, as shown in table 2, shows that liquid limit values ranging from 25% to 38%, while plasticity index values range from non-plastic to 15.83%, according to standard soil classification criteria. These values indicate low to moderate plasticity characteristics. Next slide, please. Next slide. So conclusion of this research is that this study evaluated the mass movement and potential of Doko Hill Bida Basin, central Nigeria, through the integration of geological field investigations and geotechnical analysis. The geotechnical investigations demonstrated that the slope materials are predominantly sandy, with sand content exceeding 50% in all samples. So the findings indicate that Doko Hill possesses a moderate to high mass movement potential and highlight the importance of drainage control, erosion mitigation, and continuous slope monitoring in reducing future hazards. So these studies provide a valuable baseline for understanding slope instability in the Bida Basin and contribute to the development of effective hazard management strategies for similar sedimentary terrains in tropical environments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for making use of your time, good use of your time.
Thank you, sir.
Some comments. Okay, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Are you a research student there or master's or research?
Master, postgraduate students.
Postgraduate students. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have tried.
Thank you, sir.
However,
yes, sir.
You could have laid emphasis
yes,
when
sir.
we are talking about the geotechnical aspects.
Okay.
You know, you could have laid emphasis on particle size distribution and your consistency limits. Those two geotechnical parameters are very important.
Yes, sir.
I'm happy that you indicated that you have high amount of sand
yes, sir.
in your soils. Again, you did not tell us the implication of the figures you got for your liquid and plastic limit and hence the plasticity index. You see, the lower the plasticity index,
yes, sir.
you know, the more vulnerable will be the surface
yes, sir.
to sliding, just like you did for sand.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not too comfortable with the way you. First, it's not always possible to be so accurate to two places of decimal when you determine the percentage of sands, of silicates, etc., etc. A place of decimal is okay. Okay?
Oh,
and you don't say 7.72%. 7.72%. You are mixing it, but we have to be consistent. 7.72%. There is nothing like 7.72%. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
So these are some of the things that you need to do. And if you can build on this, then you can go places.
Thank you very much, sir. I will work on that.
But again, you have to the geomorphological aspect is also very important. Okay, did you take any measurement of the slope angle, etc., etc.?
Yes, sir.
The geomorphological aspect. Right?
Yes, sir.
Even though you mentioned that you not give us any data on that.
Okay.
Okay. Well done.
We actually did it during the research, and this is not a full details. Thank you, sir.
Okay, hand of applause for her. Let's take. We have two more for before the lunch.
Okay, can you go to the methodology?
You want to talk?
The methodology, please. No, it's an observation.
Okay.
It's okay.
So, your methodology, you talked about is it study and investigation and
study
sample
area.
collection,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Then the second methodology, please. Okay, laboratory
lab
analysis.
analysis,
So
yes.
for the first one, can you go to the first one, please? Okay, study area investigation and sample collection. So in your methodology, you are supposed to show, so you've gone to the field, right? We're
Yes.
supposed to see field pictures. Because
Okay.
mostly it's just a write-up. So we are just imagining it, and all that. So
Okay.
you mentioning that you're supposed to like show the field pictures,
picture,
how you
okay.
have collected those samples,
Okay.
the sections and all that. That's first. Then secondly, laboratory analysis. You are talking about geotechnical, right? The laboratory analysis, how do you carry out those analyses?
Okay.
You have not shown anything. The sieve analysis, whatever analysis that you did, there was no picture for us to be able to see, okay, this is how you've carried out your analysis. So next time, if you are presenting, rather than putting
Put the pictures.
write-up,
Explanation.
put more of pictures. Sometimes we put pictures for reminder. Maybe if you are presenting, maybe if you forget, you can just turn, you look at the write-up and then you remember.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll take note of that. I actually have those pictures. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Please, next speaker. The next, please, Sani Usman. Are you there, Sani Usman? B14. Yes, that's all. Yeah. Have you seen it? Yes. Okay. You can start, sir.
Thank you, sir. Standing on the protocols. Before I start, I would like to highlight one important point. Dr. Jude, in the morning, during his own lecture, he discussed about seismic method in geophysics. Seismic method is used at a later stage in exploration. Before engaging in seismic method, you engage in reconnaissance survey, which include what I'm going to present here. I am Sani Usman from Federal University of Transportation, Daura. I'm here to present on spectral mapping of hydrocarbon microseepage in the eastern Kolmani region of northeastern Nigeria, specifically Gombe State. What is hydrocarbon microseepage? Hydrocarbon microseepage is vertical leakage of hydrocarbons coming from the subsurface to the surface of the earth. As hydrocarbon is migrating from the subsurface, going upward, there are some alterations that it causes. And this study is aimed at studying those alterations to see the existence or non-existence of those alterations in the study area, so as to conclude whether, as a reconnaissance tool, there is or there is no evidence of the existence of hydrocarbon in the study area. The patterns of mineral exploration helps in identifying permeable zones in the cap rock where hydrocarbons might be leaking, according to Infoniso et al. 2014. Several spectral data have been carried out in other locations, but this area has been underexplored. Therefore, the need for also exploring the eastern part of coal mining. The Benue Trough is an important petroleum frontier zone where the study area lies. It has attracted attention of the government recently, and that has led to the discovery of the OPL 809 and 810, as we might be aware. So therefore, this study is aimed at using Sentinel-2 data and also ASTAR data to find alteration zones within the study area so as to conclude as to whether there is hydrocarbon potential or not within the study area. This is the study area. This is the longitude and latitude. Yes, next slide. Okay, sorry, the previous slide, please. Let me highlight one important point. As you can see, the choice of the study area lies there, the box there, which is dotted, is between three different formations, major formations within the study area. Yes, right. So this is the methodology that we employed. We acquired Sentinel-2 data from USGS Earth Explorer, also the ASTAR data. As a multispectral data, we did data processing. We found band ratio for each of the data. We did principal component analysis, which is the PCA. And at the end of the day, our aim is to find those alteration zones, and that will enable us to conclude as to whether there is potential for hydrocarbon or not. Spectral indices. This is a generalized seepage model from the work of a systematic review work of Asadzadeh and Filho. From this diagram, you can see from the bottom, we have this model showing hydrocarbon, and you can see the hydrocarbon seeping upward through any means, any opening that it might find on within the formations. So going upward, you can see micro seepage there. Going upward, look at there's geobotany there with green representation of trees. If you observe very well, you can see that where this micro seepage occurs from the beginning to the end, taking from right to left, you can see the evidence of stunted growth of the trees that occur within that region. And also taking from the left part of the model, the lower diagram, you can see there is mini seepage and there is macro seepage. You can also observe that in the representation of the trees, you can see a stunted growth of one of the trees there, thereby showing that the alteration that is caused by the micro seepage is evidence on the surface of the earth, which we use remote sensing data to pick. So these are the band ratio algorithms that we use after Jenny et al. 2023. For the ASTAR data, we computed for the ferrous ion, for the clay, for the carbonate, which were represented by red, green, and blue respectively. So you can see from here, we have this as the key for this our diagram, where there is an overlap between the ferrous, the clay, and the carbonate is where it is whitish in color. So you can see most of the diagram is whitish in color, but it's more prominent if to say we have the main thing. This is not showing well, but you can see it that those whitish parts are the eastern part of the study area, and also in some other patches within some other areas of the study area. Those whitish areas are our interest, because what shows that there is hydrocarbon microseepage from this diagram, from the previous diagram, is the overlap between the band ratios of the clay, ferrous, and the carbonate. So for the Sentinel-2, the ferrous anomalies were also computed, and the index values varies between 0.4 to 1.75. For the clay carbonate is there, and for the NDVI is also there. So this, no,
5 more minutes.
Previous,
5 minutes to go.
Yes, please, the previous slide. Okay. These are the various individual principal component analysis that were carried out on the Sentinel-2 data, as you can see from A, B, C, D, for ferrous, clay carbonate, and ferric ion, and also the NDVI. These are the 4. Next slide. After doing all that, we try to produce a force color composite map that combines all the parameters that all what we have obtained previously, so that we can see a clear image of the overlap between those alterations. And you can see where they were marked with light green there in this figure 5. Therefore, we concluded from this composite map that the alteration zones that were seen within the study area have provided a strong evidence for seepage of hydrocarbons within the study area. We recommended that future work should integrate spectral data from remote sensing and also ground truthing methods such as radiometric or seismic data. These are some selected references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sani Usman. Please comment some questions. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mohamed Sani. Mr. Chairman, I want to agree with him that Kolmani area is truly is underexplored. I think Nigeria was so lucky that after shooting a few seismic and NNPC finally discover oil and gas in that area. But I agree with him that explore that area very well. Now, he has used a method to identify alteration. But I just want to suggest that you could complement this method with magnetic data. You mentioned it, then I wonder why didn't you do it? Because it's not too difficult. Even in geological survey, we have a lot of magnetic data that cover the whole area, radiometric. So those areas where you do your principal component analysis and obtain evidence of alteration, if you can use the magnetic data and determine that or observe depletion of hematite to magnetite, that's an evidence of alteration. Again, the radiometric data over the same area, if you see enrichment of potassium, that's evidence of alteration. So you could now strongly that alteration actually exists there. And it's not difficult to do that. So please improve paper with that. Now, again, I want to ask anybody, not him now, what's happening in Kolmani? That place has dried up or whatever. We were the announcement by NNPC that a major oil field was found in that area, but now everything died down. So I'm interested in anybody educating me concerning that area. Thank you so much.
Sir, can I respond?
Okay, yes. Okay, please do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for your contribution and recommendation. Regarding using another method, this is part of my MSc work, so it's not the only part. This serves as a reconnaissance tool. I've used for ground truthing. After this, I've used radiometric data. I went to the field with the equipment, I've acquired the data, and I've processed it. So thank you very much. I'll also look into, maybe when expanding the work, also including what you suggested. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Hajia Savirat.
Good afternoon, all. This topic is quite interesting. It has been in for a while. We advise that just like what Alhaji Abba has rightly said that he needed more information. I know of one Suleiman Adamu. I think he's with Frontier Exploration. He has a dossier of this area. He's centered around, I'm sure I'm going to give you his number, address, so that he can give you a better answer. In this work, he talked about formation, tree formation. He never mentioned the name of those formations. What are you talking about? You said you went on ground truthing. It looks more, this is just a preliminary stage of your work, I want to believe. It is this that will give you a very strong ground when you get to compare what you have seen in your remote sensing, then compare it to be able to give you a geology. So no matter what you do, you have to be very careful, and you have to take note that basic geology is very, very important. It's paramount. Thank you.
Okay, okay, please just brief, just be brief, so that we.
Yes, quickly, because he mentioned that this work is part of his MSc work. I think, am I right?
Yes.
Yes, and I think I would recommend that you discuss with your supervisor to consider whether you would change that hydrothermal alteration. Because I would prefer that you use, let me see the introduction. Use, from this, the introduction, that yes, use hydrothermal microseepages induced alterations. Because the processes of those in hydrocarbon alterations are different from the normal alterations. The processes are different. I'll consider that if you discuss with your supervisor and he's okay with that, please review that. And I would like you to also check whether this process in hydrocarbon microseepages is the same with your normal hydrothermal alterations. They are not the same. The processes are different.
Okay, thank you so much. A hand of applause to him, or let's leave him. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Next, the last one for before lunch. The last before lunch. Micah Adamo. Yes.
B15.
The slide.
Slide B15, please.
Yes, B15. That we can go. Yes, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Micah Adamu, representing the co-presenters. The title of presentation is Time-Lapse Integrated Electrical Resistivity Tomography 2D Induced Polarization VLF EM Monitoring of Recent Graves, Implication for Geoforensic Detection and Characterization. Next. In a society characterized by illegal killings, and these illegal killings as a result of communal clashes, gang violence, etc., etc. When this happened, the perpetrators tried by all means to hide these victims so that they will get away from being prosecuted. So, leading to what we call culpable homicide graves. And these culpable homicide graves is very important because they are repository to forensic evidence. And of course, the determination facilitate legal proceedings. But determinations of these homicide graves is very difficult because they are mostly incorporated with different burial materials, and because of this disturbance of the subsurface, and the scientists all over the world try to find a way of finding an alternative so that they will carry out this kind of research will bring out results that will facilitate legal proceedings. And so one step they do is they actually try to make comparison of using animals and human cadavers. And they discover that there is similarities in the composition. So here we are going to use time lapse because of the dynamic in these graves, culpable graves. So this is the study area. Those dotted points there represent our graves created in the study area. Next, please. Now, this is the figure 2 shows the photograph of swine placed inside the graves, and then the figure 3 shows the grave that are created in the study area. And then we have GV1, from GV1 to GV5. We've adopted different covering materials to depict different culpable burial tendencies. Next, please. Okay, these are the theories of the method being used. Of course, we make use of VLF equipment, ERT, SAS 4000 terameters to measure resistivity and the chargeability. So these are some of the theories. So result and discussion. The first thing we did is to carry out the baseline research in the study area. And then after the burial, just few hours, we carried out the geophysical survey. Subsequently, in the monthly interval, we've carried out 3 several surveys. And so figure 4 is the freezer filtered of the tilt component of the VLF data is filtered. So you can see the amplitude peaks ranges from -15 to +15%. And so the next, which is figure 5, confirmed those geological structures we can see in the study area. Now the next is that inversion result of the resistivity model. And then we can see we have at GV1, we have relatively moderate resistivity, and then to continue to GV5, we have relatively high resistivity. So figure 7 shows the chargeability of the study area. So the chargeability is relatively low. Next, please. So after the burial, few hours, we've carried out
5 minutes more.
Okay, we carried out the geophysical survey, and the freezer filter plot shows a drastic reduce in the amplitude analytical signal. Sorry, in the amplitude of the freezer filter. And then it's confirmed by the Carogel plots. Then figure 10. Across, particularly along the location of the graves, there is an upsurge of resistivity value. And that is as a result of different burial styles that we've carried out in the study area. The chargeability also show high values of, chargeability. There's figure 11 show high chargeability values, with G5, that is grade 5, showing a high chargeability with grave boundary delimitation. Next, please. Now, after that, after 1 month, this is the result that we have. Close to GV4, where we have naked burial, you can see a kind of activities there. Then figure 14, at the grave locations, we can see that the resistivity reduced. But then at G5, where we have a very low resistivity, the resistivity now increases due to dehydration because the burial day was carried out using cemented sand. Now the chargeability value for figure 15 is moderate in this case. Next, please. Now, after 2 months of burial, you can see around G4, where we had naked burial, we have some activities of decomposition, which is confirmed from figure 17. And then figure 18 also, we can see along the graves, particularly GV4 and GV5, we can see some activities there. Now figure 19, we can see the chargeability value is relatively low also. Next, please. Now this data acquisition was actually acquired just few hours after the rainfall, and you can see the high current density in the preceding current density flow disappeared due to filtration of the
2 more minutes, sir.
All right. Figure 22, we can see when we can see the graphs have shown low resistivity value, with G5 showing a very high, very low resistivity value because of the burial style that was carried out in that place. So chargeability values in figure 2.3 reduces in this case without the burial decomposition. Next conclusion, please. So from the research we've carried out, we discovered that GV1, GV2, and GV5, which were buried using different materials, preserved and temporarily screened the early leachate. Then GV4 have shown a faster decomposition and has revealed non-uniqueness in this grave delineation. Then the next point is seasonal climate change normally affect the result of 2D IP and then VLF result. Then the method, which is ERT, have revealed a grave boundary delimitation and is unaffected by the seasonal changes. So these studies have shown that using time-lapse integrated geophysical method will enhances precision, speed, and confidence of forensic search and recovery operation in clandestine burial investigation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just comments briefly.
All right.
If there are no comments, okay, Prof.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Did you consider during the period of your data acquisition, particularly for the 2D, did you take into consideration the moisture content of the soil each time you take your measurements?
No.
Because that will affect your
Because
reading. You are dealing with near surface investigation, very shallow.
Yes.
So the moisture content of the soil at any given point in time will affect your reading. So if there's a rain, if it rains and you take the reading within that period, it's going to affect your reading. So these are things you must take into consideration when you are doing near surface investigation. But your rain will percolate down and within a few centimeters there, it will be there. It will affect the resistivity. It's going to change rapidly. So, please look into that.
Am I to respond, please? Because
if you wish, you can respond.
because what we did, we know that this kind of study, it's very important, and then that's why it has to be carried out in a regular basis. Before we did this, we carried out a baseline survey. By the way, we are using geophysical method in this case.
I know. What I'm saying is that is your
Alright.
moisture content remain the same throughout the period?
No,
because
it will
you-
not.
you work, so these are things you must take into consideration. Then,
Alright.
how do
Not
you
it.
ensure that your electrode position remain the same? Did you leave the electrode there throughout the period?
No, but as
So-
times goes on, those locations where they are easily identifiable. Yes, at
That
the course
will
of
add
time.
to the problem, because once the point of hammering your electrode become loose, it affects the resistivity. It affects the flow of current into the soil.
Okay, you want? Okay, brief, please.
Thank you, Micah.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
also worried, Micah. You see, we buried people and animals maybe 6 feet below the ground, right?
Yes.
That's about 2 meters.
Okay.
Now, at the same time, in many places, if you go 5 meters, you meet regolith water, well water, and so on. So, how do you separate the two? Maybe the resistivity value you are seeing, the chargeability, could be from regolith water. So, how do you take care of all that? In addition to actually monitoring moisture content to make sure that the soil has no moisture. So
Okay. Actually, this kind of studies is multidisciplinary, and then burial depth affects the results of this kind of because the shallower the burial, there is always difference in depth of study. The size also matters in kind of geophysical response of this kind of research. So there are a lot of things that affect this. So that is why this kind of study has to be what? To be repetitive, so that the definite geoforensic signature can be discovered. Because as it is now, there are not definite geophysical signature, whereby if something like this happen, you go to the court, and then they can easily tell you that when you get this, so this is the process we are doing in order to get those definite information that can't be easily.
Okay,
Not
thank you,
yet, sir.
thank you. I think we just one brief comment from my co-chair.
Okay,
As one of the authors, as one of the authors.
You know, we are worried in Nigeria that a lot of you kill people anyhow, indiscriminately, and then some of these people, they will just go about burying people. So we thought that, look, there has to be a way that as geoscientists, let us be involved in what is happening in the security of our nation. So we decided that, look, let us go experimental. And what are we going to do? Let us use geophysical methods as geoscientists to see whether we'll be able to delineate and actually see that when somebody is buried, we'll be able to trace this burial. That is the whole essence of this work. And what we did is, don't just use one geophysical method. Let's use VLF. Let's use, in fact, there is magnetics even in it. Let's use ERT. And, and the ERT, what we said is, use the 2D ERT, use chargeability, and then it came out clearly that wherever you have the burial, it indicated. That is precisely what we wanted to establish. And I think we have done that, and it is well established. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all. No more. Yes. Please bear with us. Our food is getting cold. And the chairman has asked me to just, make a small comment which will wrap up the whole thing. You see, geophysics is developing just like all other sciences. And I'm happy today that there is this aspect, the forensic aspect. Our people are able to participate areas where people thought were not needed. So I think, having said that, thank you very much, gentlemen. You've done very well. And it's good that Professor Dogara is also in it. Let us improve, let us create this for our people. Thank you very much. It's been a good thing. Let the chairman close the...
Thank you. I wish to thank all of us for being excellent participants. You were not even prepared to go for lunch. as I say, so well, thank God we must have a break. Thank you so much on behalf of my co-chair, Chief Doctor Wanchuku, and the timekeeper Magaji. So we thank you all of you. We'll hand over to Dr. Gallo to guide us.
Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate our chair, co-chair, and the accurate timekeeper. Thank you for the work you've done for us this afternoon. Some announcements. We'll be having lunch now, just like we did yesterday. Most of us will be at the canteen for our lunch, while the president and some of the dignitaries here will be having their lunch at the room 2, where they had their lunch yesterday. But the rest of us would be at the canteen. When we return, we'll be having a session, another session, technical session, to be chaired by Professor Stephen Obirike. We'll also have a co-chair, Dr. Ganiu Mosuru. Then, of course, a timekeeper for them will be Dr. Adamu Abubakar. So please take note. For those that will be presenting, so we wouldn't be having some of these hitches. Make sure you load your files as we go for break. But before then, the president commanded that we should be able to show further appreciation due to the very wonderful performance we had from someone who was representing someone. So we're wondering if he was here himself. It would have been something else, but we all enjoyed that morning presentation. So Dr. Jude Osimobi, please, can you step out now? In your own capacity, not as John Bosco. You're no more John Bosco now. You're yourself. You're no more reflections. Yes. No, nothing. So, Mr. President, sir, can I have you here too? Mr. President, can I have you here too? Okay, so Mr. President, over to you. We'll have
Thank you very much. Dr. Jude Osimobi, you've performed excellently well, and we are happy for the presentation. On behalf of the council, I hereby present to you this plaque. And you can please hang this in your office for the remembrance of NAEC. And as you said, you promised joining this association. We'll be grateful to receive you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That you were there. Yes, yes. Good, excellent. Okay, sir.